Chapter 1700. The sound of horse hooves caused the central plains to tremble. The Bailiang cavalry left the Bailiang Road and entered the Lianghuai Road. They went down south around Yen City, which bordered the River Province and Ji Province, and crashed into the north of Gangnam-do. They drove straight down like a hot knife through butter, just like the burly man from the northwest who knocked the Jiangnan beauty to the brink of collapse. Everywhere they passed, the Liang officials and local soldiers all kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make any provocative moves. The night curfew was extremely early, and even during the day, no merchants were allowed to enter or leave. The soldiers of the Wu garrison were not allowed to take even half a step out of the camp. The memorials were like a flurry of snowflakes. They were passed through the county yamen, the provincial yamen, the provincial governor's mansion, and the official residence of the administrator one by one. In the end, they were passed to the elite cavalry and sent to Graydon City at the fastest speed of 500 kilometers. Along with the barbaric advance of the 10,000 cavalry, more than a dozen families appeared one after another along the way. Not only were the leaders of the local government and army drenched in sweat, even Zhao Go, who had been responsible for spying on Liang for many years, was terrified. These families, which could be said to be famous in the various provinces and counties, all had countless fertile fields and abundant grain reserves. 4 of the families could even be said to be local lords in the provinces and counties. These dozen or so families, who were all commented on in Zhao Go's secret files as having clean backgrounds, were actually bold thieves who had openly colluded with the enemy of Bailiang. They had sent countless amounts of grain to the Bailiang cavalry. This was a disaster that was laid out on the table. Once the court came to settle the score, the dozen or so families with deep roots were destined to suffer the consequences. The people in charge of the various provinces and counties, as well as the civil and military officials, would also be ruthlessly skinned. Among them, the first family to reward Bailiang in Hezhou did not immediately flee to Bailiang. Therefore, the local government joined forces with the garrisoned army to send 400 elite soldiers after the Bailiang cavalry crossed the border, intending to search and confiscate the family's property and punish them for their crimes. The old family head of this family moved a chair and sat on the steps of the door, basking in the warm early spring sun. There were 2 cold sabers on his knees. The old one was the war saber he had used when he followed the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, to conquer West Chu. For so many years, even the most favored grandson of the family did not know that his grandfather had collected this saber. The brighter scabbard was the saber of the 6th generation of the Su family. It was the newest cold saber, which was personally gifted by the new Prince Liang not long ago. The old man faced the 400 young and strong martial artists of the county. He smiled and raised his new cold blade. He only said one sentence, and then everyone came and went in a hurry. In the end, they didn't even dare to say a word of threat. The old man in his twilight years said, "His Highness wants me to pass on a message to you. For every person who dies in the Song residence today, 10,000 soldiers in the county will die. If you cannot gather 10,000 heads, then the Bailiang cavalry will go to other counties and provinces to borrow heads." After saying this, the old man with a head full of white hair bent down and picked up a jug of wine by his feet. He looked at the retreating figures and drank mouthful after mouthful of wine, muttering to himself indistinctly. The old man was like an old dog without teeth. Even though he could no longer howl, he still gave off a unique aura. This was probably what scholars read about in books, the aura of a tiger that could swallow 10,000 miles. After Kai Nan, the Jidushi of Lianghuai Road stepped forward. The second person who dared to block the road was not a warrior who led the army to war, nor was he a civil official who was in charge of a region. He was a scholar who had retired and returned to his hometown for many years. He took out the 6th rank official uniform from the bottom of the box and put it on. He stood alone on the road. His trembling family could not stop this crazy old man. Half of the family moved overnight to the remote ancestral home in the countryside, and half of the family hid at home and did not go out. Only the most useless second son of the old man, a poor scholar who had never been able to pass the Juran examination in his life, had no courage and only filial piety. Therefore, he stood on the road with a face full of fear, waiting to collect his father's body and carry it home. After that, when the cavalry surged past, only the father and son who sat dejectedly on the side of the road crying bitterly were left. Among the cavalry of Wu family, Nalin Huayu was following behind them. She could not resist her strong curiosity and quickly rode to the side of the young vassal lord. This grandmaster of the sword who had won the beauty award consecutively asked with a smile, "Your Highness, what's going on?" Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. He did not have the desire to chat. He had just received a secret report from the Gerfalcon that had accompanied him for many years. In addition to Yuan Tingshan leading the elite cavalry of Ji Bei through Jizuku to stop them, Shu had also transferred 20,000 soldiers and horses to Guangling Road. The commander-in-chief was Wu Qi, who had left the Su family in a fit of anger after the Battle of West Wall. His deputy was one of the few generals who had chosen to leave Bailiang with Chen Zhibao. He was a young, valiant general who had once stood out in the frontier army, and his name was Che Yi. Whether it was Ning Yimei, who had once dealt with this young man, or Han Laozhan, the general of Lingzhou who was now in charge of guarding the southern gate of Bailiang, they all had a high opinion of this young man. They all thought that Che Yi was not inferior to Ko Jianghuai and Yu Luandao. The valiant swordswoman did not want to give up and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Su Fengnian was in a daze, as if he did not hear Nalin Huayu's nagging. Wu Luding said helplessly, "Auntie, can we be a little more reserved?" Nalin Huayu rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, now you know how to be reserved. When we were young, who was the one who rubbed against my chest with all his might, saying things like, 'I'm so scared of thunder and rain, I need to find a place to hide, the winter weather is so cold, my face is so cold.'" Wu Luding carefully glanced at Suehua beside him, and then quickly smiled apologetically at Nalin Huayu and begged for mercy, "Auntie, I'm afraid of you. About what happened just now, when we got married, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Su were always together. I think he must know the inside story. You can ask him." The old man who was discussing swordsmanship with Zhang Wantai and Lu Jinji laughed and said, "There's nothing strange about it. His Highness just asked him if he wanted to fight for the reputation of the scholarly community and send him off before his death." Then Hong Shuwen pulled out his saber and acted as if he was going to spur his horse to kill. Chapter 1701. The high-spirited young master of apricot sword furnace in the past, now the taciturn middle-aged swordsman Yu Zhuowu, interjected, "Cultivate the body, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. These are the family teachings of the Confucian ancestors. If you can't even be a good person, how can you be a good official? Don't even mention governing the world and helping the people. What I hate the most is this kind of literati fishing for fame. For the sake of leaving their names in history, they conduct themselves without any bottom line to speak of. Especially that previous Grand Secretary of Liang Baiyan, he's especially not a good thing." Su Fengnian suddenly came back to his senses. He turned his head and said, "It's hard to say about others, but only Zhang Julu, in my eyes, is a true scholar. If there can be one in 100 years, it would be a blessing for the entire world." Yu Zhuowu didn't blindly agree with Su Fengnian just because he was the king of Bailiang. He still persisted in his opinion. He shook his head and said, "He can even kill his own children, and I reckon he's in the right. This kind of person, even if he's an honest and upright official who doesn't corrupt or disturb the people, can't be much better." Su Fengnian didn't argue with him either, only brushing it off with a laugh. History was like a book. Some pages were extremely heavy. The hand that flipped the pages might not be able to flip them over without constantly pointing. The torch was passed down to the next generation. The person who held the torch might burn his arm, not even hesitating to immolate himself, all for the sake of bitterly waiting for the younger generation to take over the torch. In this world, there was a need for wise monarchs, famous ministers, heroes, ambitious and ruthless people, outstanding people, high-spirited people, clear conversations. It needed many people. However, there were times when smart people each had their own style, but in reality, there was a need for one or two idiots. Su Fengnian laughed softly for no reason. Actually, that old scholar is pretty good. He blocks the road as a minister, makes way as a father. It's a pity he's not from our Bailiang. Hong Shuwen, who had the nickname of a madman in the military, said heartlessly, Your Highness, our Bailiang has armored cavalry, cold blades, strong crossbows and big horses. It's already enough. Su Fengnian whispered, I hope there will be a day when it won't be enough. Hong Shuwen, who had been following Su Fengnian the whole way, suddenly sighed, Wangya, if only I were a woman. Wu Luding suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said angrily, Madman Hong, it's fine if you want to flatter me, but can you at least have some shame? Cui Hua smiled knowingly. Hong Shuwen angrily said, Laozi is a woman. Can't I go to Wutangen to serve tea to His Highness? What are you thinking about with 6 big vats? Then Hong Shuwen turned his head and said with a mischievous smile, Sister Tsuhua, you have to be careful when you stay with this kind of pervert whose head is full of improper thoughts. But fortunately, Sister Tsuhua, your swordsmanship is better than 6 big vats. If he dares to touch you, you can cut off 3 of his legs. When the time comes, I will pick up one of them and make it into a dish to go with wine. Not only Wu Luding couldn't take it anymore, Lu Jianji, Zhang Wantai, and the other men also couldn't take it. They all laughed and scolded Hong Shuwen for having such a strong taste. Cui Hua, who liked to close her eyes all day long, slightly opened them. She looked at Hong Shuwen and slowly said, What if one isn't enough to go with wine? How about I add yours? Hong Shuwen subconsciously covered his crotch and said awkwardly, Sister Tsuhua, there's no need. There's really no need. I just stopped drinking. After talking and laughing, Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and raised his head. Then he quickly raised an arm. An extraordinary bird of prey slanted down and stopped on Su Fengnian's arm. After Su Fengnian read the secret letter in the bamboo joint, the gerfalcon that had accompanied its master on 3 trips to Jianghu and 2 trips to the capital, lowered its head and intimately pecked the back of Su Fengnian's hand. Then, it flapped its wings and flew away. Su Fengnian called Yuan Zhuozong with a complicated expression. He said softly, Brother Yuan, the main force of West Chu is under the command of Xie Shibian. She personally led the troops and began to break through the encirclement in the west. Chao Changqing has quietly left for Great Peace City alone. Yuan Zhuozong was stunned and asked, Chao Changqing is going north alone? Su Fengnian nodded heavily. Yuan Zhuozong sighed, Why did this official, who was known to be good at ending things, end up in such a mess at the last moment? Su Fengnian said with a low voice, I can only make a rough guess. Chao Zhangqing might have chosen to betray many people in the end. Perhaps there was the northern Mang Southern dynasty's great clans who were enduring humiliation, Wang Sui who suddenly made a comeback, and even Gu Jiantang who had endured in the imperial court and the 2 Liao for many years. In order to restore the country, Chao Changqing had worked hard for 20 years. Unexpectedly, he was able to let go of it. Su Fengnian did not continue. Yuan Zhuozong was, after all, a person who knew a lot of inside information. He asked, Is the rumor about West Chu that my foster father told me in the early years true? Su Fengnian suddenly smiled. It is said that scholars are the most heartless. Fortunately, there was Chao Changqing who told the world that scholars can also be the most infatuated. Yuan Zhuozong wanted to say something but stopped. For the first time, Su Fengnian was a little embarrassed. He stared at Yuan Zhuozong and obviously did not want Yuan Zhuozong to say anything. Yuan Zhuozong, who was always serious, smiled but did not say anything. After a moment of silence, Yuan Zhuozong could not help but say something. However, he did not use the honorific Your Highness as usual. Instead, he called him Xiaonian, which sounded like a family. Xiaonian, no matter what others think, I am very happy that you led the army to the south. The reason is very simple. I think this is what my foster father's eldest son should do. Su Fengnian was a little helpless. This kind of unreasonableness was indeed Su Zhao's style. Birds of a feather flock together. Yuan Zhuozong quickly added with a smile, Of course, the Central Plains has not heard the sound of the horses of the Su family for 20 years. We have to teach them a lesson. Yuan Zhuozong raised his head and looked into the distance. My foster father said that the only sound louder than thunder in the world is the sound of the horses of Bailiang. Su Fengnian whispered, Su Shao would not say such heroic words. It must be my master who said it first. Then he borrowed it and did not return it. He also privately told my master not to say that he plagiarized it. Yuan Zhuozong was suddenly speechless. He rubbed his chin. Now that you mention it, it is possible. Su Fengyan laughed. But there are some words, whether it is Su Xiao who said it first or not, as long as he said it, it is heroic. The fact was also so. The Spring and Autumn War had already proved one thing. There were some words that could only be said by the lame man. At this time, the Bailiang cavalry was heading south to the Central Plains. A Confucian in green went from the south to the north. Back then, the Chao family of Dechu was the pride of the world. Nobody knew when he became a dissolute scholar. He left casually. When he became a chess piece waiting for the imperial order that day, he had never been so relieved. After the mountains and rivers were shattered and the country was no more, this man in green entered the Liang imperial palace. However, this was the last time he did not enter the city or the palace. He was only one person in Great Peace City. There was no one like him in history. The overlord of West Chu, Chao Chongqing. Chapter 1702. The Bailiang cavalry broke into the hinterland of Gangnam-do. With the example of the tens of thousands of Lianhuai border soldiers as a precedent, this cavalry force that fought to pacify the rebellion was unimpeded. In addition, the cavalry force did not violate any of the places they passed, so it could be considered as giving the Zhao imperial court a way out. If one looked at the current Liang territory, Gangnam-do, located north of the Guangling River, was actually unworthy of its name. However, in the early spring and autumn period, the territory south of Guangling was always regarded as a barbarian land full of miasma. Back then, the old southern Tang occupied most of the territory south of the Guangling River. Other than fighting a few soul-stirring battles under the leadership of great ancestor Gu, it caused a lot of trouble for the Liang army led by the great general Gu Jianteng. Afterwards, the imperial court's Ministry of War and Ministry of Revenue worked together to calculate the loss of military strength and found an extremely comical conclusion. The number of Liang soldiers who died of disease was actually roughly the same as the number of casualties on the battlefield. It was said that after the old emperor of Liang established the world, he said to the southern Tang monarch who was surrendered to the capital, "The people are in West Chu, the geography is in your southern Tang, but the time is in my Liang. Everyone says that the time is not as good as the geography, and the geography is not as good as the people. Therefore, in my opinion, these words should not be taken seriously." Afterwards, Liang entered the Dao in Bingzhou under the late Emperor Zhao Dun. When he set up Gangnam-do, it was not that there were no civil officials who objected, saying that the Jiangbei Dao was more appropriate. However, Zhao Dun, who was known as the best of the previous emperors in both political and martial arts, laughed and rejected the idea. The reason was extremely rich in a kind of unofficial legend. Zhao Dun took out a large-scale poetry collection that was recently compiled by the Hanlin Academy at the imperial court meeting. He joked that since ancient times, many scholars and refined scholars had written about Jiangnan's scenery and beauties. Could it be that when the later generations read this book, they had to make a turn? He had no choice but to look at the annotation that said, "In ancient times, Jiangnan was today's Jiangbei." Moreover, the character Bei had too strong of a tone. It was too much of a bummer. In the Gangnam-do, which had a flourishing culture, this Bailiang cavalry with their armor clattered and their horses sturdy looked particularly out of place. Hong Shuwen and his group of young Bailiang barbarians, born and raised in the northwest, were particularly unaccustomed to the environment. They said that the ground here was soft and uncomfortable, so much so that even the hooves of the horses did not make a sound when they stepped on it. Not to mention that they were in the desert outside the Great Pass, where the dust and dirt would rise when the horses whipped their whips, and the charming and gentle scenery of tall grass and flying orioles on both sides of the official road. Hong Shuwen and the others did not find it pleasing at all. They only felt stifled in their chests, unable to move their hands and feet. Compared to these young warriors who were used to the wind and snow of the northwest, Yuan Zhuozong and a group of great snow dragon cavalry who had experienced the wars of the spring and autumn period when they were young were much calmer. This army of cavalries marched day and night. In Yuzhou province, River province, and Ji province, they didn't purposely pursue speed. However, when they headed south to the Central Plains, they moved extremely fast. Nevertheless, the complicated rules set by Northern Liang Border Army were still unshakable. In order to build an invincible army of cavalries, strong soldiers, armors, horses, provisions, military law, and battlefields were indispensable. For the past 20 years, the whetstone for the Beiliang frontier cavalry had always been the Beimang army. For example, the opponents of the crossbowmen in Liangzhou were mostly valiant enemies like Dongzhuo's Wuya. This gave the Beiliang frontier army a very interesting misconception, which was that they had greatly overestimated the overall strength of the armies under the heavens. This was precisely the opposite of the so-called elite armies in Liang, especially in the Central Plains. For example, Yang Xinxing's Jizhou infantry had always looked down on Yan Wenwan's infantry. The Prince of Guangling Zhao Yi's cavalry firmly believed that they had the strength to contend against the Beiliang cavalry. The Qingzhou army of the Jinggan Road also never took the Beiliang cavalry seriously. There had once been a leading general who said, "So what if they were steel cavalry? Just because they wore a few gene of iron on their bodies, they were steel cavalry?" Moreover, in Beiliang, that desolate and impoverished place, how could half of the soldiers wear armor? Then, when this great snow dragon cavalry appeared before the eyes of the Central Plains, all levels of society closed their doors, closed their cities, and closed their camps. Of course, they also shut their mouths while they were at it. In the deep curtain of night, near a scenic spot called Shuangluan Pond in Gangnam-do's five-colored county, the cavalry stopped and rested for 6 hours. Beiliang's roaming scouts were still in groups, casting a net in all directions, returning 10 li away. Before they began their reconnaissance, every roaming cavalry commander would receive a topographic map from the hands of a marking officer. The map was extremely precise and rigorous. Not only did it mark out the names of the mountains, rivers, and passes, in many cases, it even recorded the locations of villages and outposts. It was clear that this was definitely not a map that had been gathered at the last minute, and it was even less likely that it had been borrowed from the local government or army. It could only be something that Beiliang had long recorded in the confidential files of the border army. Looking at the age of the map, the earliest it had been made was around 3 years ago. What did this mean? It meant that the Beiliang frontier army, which had been entrenched in the northwest and overlooking the Central Plains for 20 years, had never truly ignored the Central Plains. This kind of clue, which was not obvious in words or on the table, made the entire cavalry, from the scouts to the main force, from the squad leaders to the generals, from top to bottom, feel a suppressed heat that could not be released. It was like a stove in the snow. The army was quiet and organized, but a group of people moved slowly on this snowy night. They quietly left their encampment and rode toward the famous 1,000-year-old cold mountain temple in Jiangnan's Shuangluan Pond. It was Su Fengnian, Yuan Zhuozong, and Su Yanbing, as well as 2 locals. One of them was the spy chief that the Fushui branch had planted in Gangnam-do. Even Su Fengnian only knew that this person's alias was Song Shanshui. He was close to 60 years old and wore hemp clothes and straw sandals. At first glance, he looked like an old farmer who worked in the fields all year round. However, this person was a founding figure of the Fushui branch and was considered by Chu Lushan to be his trusted aide. The other person's age was similar to the spy's. His surname was Zhang, and his name was Longjing. However, his aura was completely different from the former's. His entire body was filled with the aura of wealth, and he was fully deserving of the title of richest man in Five Colors County. He had connections with both the black and white. His nickname was Grand Secretary Zhang, implying that he was all-powerful in Gangnam-do Five Colors County, no different from a dynasty's Grand Secretary. The Zhang family wasn't considered an outsider in Five Colors County, but they had truly risen to prominence 20 years ago. Before, they could only be considered a wealthy family within a county. Under Zhang Longjing's leadership, they began to soar. After becoming rich and extravagant, they didn't forget to repay their hometown, generously supporting over 100 poor scholars. In order to take care of Zhang Longjing, who hadn't ridden for many years, the group didn't walk quickly. This made Grand Secretary Zhang feel very uneasy. He had originally arranged for his trusted retainer to come on a carriage, but the young vassal king suddenly had the idea of going to Cold Mountain Temple to enjoy the scenery. Even the honorable commander of Bailiang's cavalry, Yuan Zhuozong, was riding a horse. Zhang Longjing didn't dare to go on a carriage alone. Back then he had transformed from a brave and strong young military officer in the Su family's army. After being immersed in the officialdom for more than 20 years in Five Colors County, many of the edges and corners of the battlefield had already been worn away. Moreover, a generation had already passed since then, so Zhang Longjing didn't dare to forget etiquette in front of the illustrious new King Liang. This time, after revealing his identity and sponsoring provisions for the old Master Su family's Bailiang cavalry, Zhang Longjing, who was full of children and grandchildren, wasn't without misgivings. A slight move in one part would affect the entire situation. In reality, all aspects of the family, both inside and outside, were stirred up. Let's not talk about the recent events, just the Zhang family's humble and concubine-born children who had lent a helping hand in the early years were now officials dressed in green silk. Presumably, letters of severing ties with the Zhang family would be sent to the Zhang family residents one after another. Perhaps in the future, the ones who wanted the Zhang family to be executed the most were these people. When Zhang Longjing, who was familiar with the ways of the world, thought of this, he still felt a bit of bitterness. However, if one were to talk about regret, it definitely couldn't be said. Zhang Longjing knew better than anyone that the reason the Zhang family was able to reach its current status, regardless of whether it was in the officialdom or in Jianghu, was because of this old spy Song Shanshui who had never appeared before him, this old man hiding in the shadows behind the scenes, who had contributed greatly. Zhang Longjing felt a burst of burning pain on both sides of his legs. For a moment, he was a bit absent-minded. As someone who came from the old cavalry, he thought back to when he followed the great general to the north and south, to the point where he could even doze off on a bumpy horse without falling off, let alone skillfully urging a horse to fight. He never thought that 20 years later, even riding a horse would be so difficult. It turned out he really was old. Chapter 1703. The young vassal king's words interrupted this Grand Secretary Zhang's daydreaming. Zhang Longjing, when my Bailiang cavalry returns, will there be any problems with Zhang family following us into Bailiang? If there are any difficulties, you can raise them right now. Preparing for a rainy day is always better than being flustered when the time comes. Also, I'll say the ugly words first. Even if Bailiang cavalry goes to Guanglingdao battlefield, as long as they remain in the Central Plains, normally speaking, no one will dare touch your Zhang family. However, if you don't move into Liang, your entire family will be in a grim situation of enemies on all sides. Don't expect old friends to remember old friendships. When the time comes, even if the imperial court doesn't say anything, the local government and local troops will be moved. That is why if there are young disciples in your family who feel lucky, it's best if you explain things clearly to them. If they don't understand, you have to make them understand even if you have to fight them. Of course, just like the previous 16 families, I can guarantee that after Zhang family moves into Bailiang's territory, I don't dare say that your life will be more comfortable than your original place, but it definitely won't be that much worse. Regardless of whether it is the civil or martial path, Bailiang will open its doors wide. I've already spoken to Chu Lushan and Song Dongming. The government and military will squeeze out 50 or so positions for you. After splitting it up, each family will be able to get at least 3 positions. The lowest official position will still be a secondary rank 5 official. When he spoke up to hear, Su Fengyan said in self-mockery, secondary rank 5, even if it is a bit higher, for your county's influential families, it is indeed a bit shabby. That is why I can also privately promise you that if it isn't Lingzhou's local troops, but rather the border army outside the pass, the official rank can be a level higher. If it isn't Liangzhou's government, but Liuzhou's yamen, it can also be an extra level higher. Liang Mang's second great battle is about to begin. The pros and cons of this, you all can decide for yourselves. Zhang Longjing was just about to say something when Su Fengyan suddenly turned around to look at this old soldier who hadn't forgotten about the Su family for 20 years. He first said, including your 5-color counties Zhang family, my Bailiang cavalry's journey here, a total of 17 families, all of you didn't hesitate to take the risk of being executed. I, Su Fengyan, am extremely grateful to you all. I will also do my best to defeat Bailiang so that you won't have any worries. Zhang Longjing was speechless, his expression complicated. The Zhang family had been in Five-Color County and even in the entire state for many years. This time, as the head of the family, he had insisted on doing things his own way. In the future, there would definitely be a fierce backlash from both inside and outside the family. However, in the end, the Zhang family had nowhere to go in Lin. It was no longer a matter of whether they could live comfortably or not. If they wanted to live, they could only retreat step by step into Bailiang's territory. Recently, Zhang Longjing had often asked himself. The Zhang family's descendants were starting a new family in a completely unfamiliar place. Even if the young vassal king and Bailiang officials were willing to open a back door and let the younger generation of the family take a shortcut, it was hard to say whether it would go smoothly or not, and whether it would go far or near. The old spy Song Xianxia was also speechless. After all, compared to Zhang Longjing, who only lived in a remote corner, he wanted to know more inside stories. In fact, after the Bailiang cavalry left the vassal king's territory, there were not 17 families who were supported by the Fu Shui house along the way, but 24. The 4 families in Hezhou and Jizhou all stepped forward without hesitation and completely broke with the imperial court. However, as they went further south, there were people who began to change their minds. For example, there were 2 families in the northern part of Gangnam-do. One of them was an old soldier of the Su family, whose previous head had passed away many years ago. This time, they chose to pretend to be deaf and mute. Later, that family even secretly contacted Zhao Go through the government, trying to draw a clear line with Bailiang. The old head of the latter family was still alive. After that, 6 more families successively made similar choices. Song Xianxia believed that the further away they were from Bailiang, the more treacherous families would choose to protect themselves. However, what Song Xianxia found strange was that the Fu Shui house did not make any moves. Originally, the old spy thought that they would deal with this group of white-eyed wolves in the future. However, after following the new Prince Liang tonight and hearing with his own eyes, the ruthless old spy suddenly felt a little uncertain. His intuition told him that it was more likely that they would mind their own business from now on. Song Xianxia, who used to be a scout, felt a little regretful. He felt aggrieved for Bailiang. However, the old spy was not disappointed in Bailiang, especially that young man. Song Xianxia felt a little familiar with this young vassal king who was like thunder in Liang. Not to mention the soldiers who had died on the battlefield. When had General Su Shao ever mistreated anyone who was still alive? When had he ever haggled over every little thing? In all these years, there were as many vassal families as there were hairs on a cow in Bailiang. There were many hedonistic sons who did evil. Until the general passed away, he did not touch these vermin and these families. He only did his best to build the Bailiang Frontier Army, an elite force that guarded the gate. He patrolled the border time and time again. He more or less ignored the foul atmosphere in Lingzhou behind him. In the end, he kept that promise he made in the past. When I, Su Shao, obtain riches and honor, I will ensure that the old brothers under me will enjoy the riches and honor with me. Was it that if Liang Mang did not fight, the new Prince Liang, Su Fengyan, would not make such a big fuss in Lingzhou's officialdom? Originally, the old spy was very curious about this matter, but now he could not bring himself to ask. As for whether the Bailiang cavalry would go south to the Central Plains next time, and whether the new Prince Liang had any thoughts of sitting on the dragon throne. For some reason, the old spy did not even want to think about it. In the following conversation between the new Prince Liang and Commander Yuan, the 2 old men learned that not only did the Jizhou army go south to stop them, the 20,000 Shu elites also left Shu to chase east. Moreover, the Jinggan road in the Central Plains seemed to be ready to make a move. Once a battle broke out, the person who was truly responsible for stopping the Bailiang cavalry, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, would definitely choose a place that was not conducive to the formation of the cavalry. In Zhang Longjing's eyes, the Liyang imperial court was inviting him into a trap. Zhang Longjing could not help but be worried. After all, he had been far away from the Su family for 20 years. He had not even seen Liangzhou's Huda City, Yozhou's Gourd City, or Liuzhou's Qingcang City. For the first time, the old spy took the initiative to chat with Zhang Longjing. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you afraid?" Zhang Longjing, whose thoughts were exposed, did not become angry. He only sighed and said, "I'm not afraid, I'm just worried. I'm worried that the tiger will fall to the plains." The old spy sneered and said, "The tiger will be bullied by dogs? When the tiger roars in the central plains, how can dogs bark?" Zhang Longjing was resentful. Suddenly, the young lord's gentle voice came from the front. "Old song, I accept your flattery, but I can't guarantee that you will be promoted in the Fu Shui chamber. That is Chu Lushan's territory. His words are more effective than mine." The old spy, who was used to not showing his emotions, laughed. Zhang Longjing turned his head and glared at the old bastard who tricked him. "Surnamed Song, don't think that I will invite you to drink again in this lifetime." The old spy, who did not look impressive, replied softly, "I will stay here for the rest of my life. Even if you, Grand Secretary Zhang, want to invite me, you can't." Zhang Longjing asked curiously, "Why not?" The old spy twitched the corner of his mouth. "I'm old. If I stay in the Central Plains and rely on the little experience I have accumulated, it might be useful. If I go to the battlefield outside the Great Wall, I can't afford to lose face. I'm afraid that the young people of the Bailiang Frontier Army will look down on the old soldiers of the Su family." Zhang Longjing was speechless and could only sigh. Suddenly, the old spy raised his voice and shouted, "Your Highness, may I flatter you one more time?" The young lord turned his head and said with a smile, "Just say it. But if you say it, there will be no reward." The old man straightened his back slightly. The spy who hadn't used his real name for 20 years reported the 3 words that he had almost forgotten. He said, "If I, Song Hetien, could be 20 years younger, I would follow His Highness to kill the barbarians. Just like when I followed the general to the battlefield, every time I went to the battlefield, I only had one thought. When I died in the battle, I would be surrounded by my fellow soldiers, and there would be brothers who survived to help me." Su Fengnian continued to ride the horse forward. But Yuan Zhuozong slowly slowed down, took off the saber at his waist, threw it over and said with a smile, "Old Song, the prince has already sent out a lot of new cold sabers. He didn't bring any with him this time. Just take it as a gift for the prince." The old spy caught the cold saber that killed 300,000 Bailiang barbarians outside the Beimeng Pass and said with a bright smile, "Commander Yuan, I don't want the saber. I don't need it for a spy who can't see the light of day. It's not suitable to keep it." Zhang Longjing was confused and wondered, "Then why are you holding it so tightly?" The old spy carefully hung the saber at his waist. "An old soldier with a new saber." The old man said in a deep voice, "Let me, an old soldier, hang the cold saber for 10 miles. Chapter 1704. Su Fengnian and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 108 steps. After Zhang Longjing dismounted, he explained that this incense-burning path was also known as the worry-free path. No matter how many pilgrims there were, they would not be troubled after they finished this path. However, Zhang Longjing added with a smile, "In my opinion, they were just tired. Even if they were troubled, they would not be able to care about it." Su Fengnian smiled after hearing this. Zhang Longjing sighed and said, "Li Yang destroyed the Buddha. A 1,000-year-old temple with a long history is now occupied by a Daoist priest who is close to the government. All the monks in the temple have run away. Back then, the Daoist priest led the soldiers to seal the temple, but the monks in the temple couldn't even take away a single ancient book. Our county's prefectural governor originally didn't worship Elder Huang. In his early years, even his nickname was related to Buddhism. His name was always Fugitive Zen Old Man. This time, with the imperial court's decree, he immediately became a devout believer, and his nickname was also changed to Tranquil Old Man. It's said that not long ago, he successfully established a relationship with the capital's great spiritual master, Wu Lingsu. Last year, in the provincial governor's political evaluation, he outshone all the monks in the temple. Soon, there were rumors that he was going to be a high-ranking official in the capital. Leading the horse, Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Is there a stone workshop in front of the mountain gate with the inscription, Buddha in the present?" Zhang Longjing nodded and smiled. "Your Highness is indeed knowledgeable. There used to be a stone workshop in front of us. The inscription and couplets were made by the previous dynasty's great calligraphy master. They are first-class items. Unfortunately, this time, the Daoist priest has occupied the site. For some reason, someone pushed the stone workshop to it. Your Highness will not be able to see it this time. Su Fengnian sighed and said helplessly, Su Xiao had some stories here in the past. This time, we are passing through the five-colored county. Since it is on the way, we want to try our luck and see the old monk who once asked Su Xiao, lay down the butcher's knife. Forget it, let's go back. Zhang Longjing lamented, there is such a thing? What a pity! If I had known earlier, I would have added tens of thousands of taels of incense money to the cold mountain temple. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He mounted his horse and went back the way he had come. However, he could vaguely see lights flickering on the side of the road in the distance. This was not a sight he had seen when he had passed by earlier. The old spy, Song Shanshui, instinctively became vigilant. However, he soon felt relieved. Putting aside the fact that the prince was one of the 4 great grandmasters of Wushu, who would dare to provoke Commander Yuan and his personal retainer, Su Yanbing? Even if these 2 experts were to be singled out, your imperial court would probably not have the face to come and greet them without mobilizing 700 to 800 troops, right? Su Fengnian had always been gifted with a photographic memory. He had glanced at the place where the lights flickered. It was a dilapidated local temple at the junction of the road. As he slowed down his horse, he saw an old man in shabby clothes and a hat standing on the side of the road with an oil lamp in his hand. Beside him was a sleepy child who was also wearing a cheap leather hat. Yuan Zhuozong was relieved. Originally, he thought that the old man was a hidden master. Now, he looked at the old man carefully and found that the old man was just an ordinary old man. However, the old man's physique was slightly stronger than his peers. Su Fengnian did not get off the horse. He leaned forward and asked in a gentle tone, Sir, is there anything I can help you with? After all, the old man was old and his eyesight was not very good. In addition, it was night. So, he raised the oil lamp and smiled, Is your surname Su? Su Fengnian was stunned and asked back, Are you an old member of the Cold Mountain Temple? The old man nodded with a smile. Su Fengnian quickly got off the horse in the surprise of Zhang Longjing and Song Shanshui. He came to the old man and the child and took out a carefully wrapped Buddhist scripture from his arms. He said, Master lent this Buddhist scripture to my father. Now he has been borrowing it for nearly 20 years. It's time to return it to its owner. The old man did not refuse. He took the Buddhist scripture and said a common saying that disappointed Zhang Longjing. The old man held the lamp in one hand and touched the child's hat with the other. He asked with a smile, Donor Su, can you give me a few taels of silver? There is no rice left in the rice jar today. Su Fengnian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The Bailiang cavalry did not lack anything on their way to the south except for these insignificant things. Zhang Longjing, the god of wealth in the 5-colored county, was even more stunned. He was not the kind of nouveau riche who wanted to wear gold and silver when he went out. Even if he played with jade, it would not be worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. Of course, he would not bring gold and silver with him on this trip. Fortunately, the old spy found a few taels of silver. Su Fengnian took it and gave it to the old monk of the Cold Mountain Temple who wore a leather hat for warmth. To be precise, it was the monk Fa Xian, the old abbot of the famous temple in Jiangnan. The old monk did not have the misgivings of ordinary monks who did not touch money. He openly put it in his sleeve and did not hide his smile. The little monk beside the old man was beaming with joy. With silver, there would be firewood, rice, oil, and salt. He would not have to starve. How could he not be happy? After the old monk put away the silver, he said with emotion, The imperial court has decreed that temples and monks are not allowed in the Central Plains, and the Cold Mountain Temple is no exception. Some people return to the secular world, while others travel. I once thought of going to the northwest to beg for alms, but I was too old and my new disciple was too young. His legs were as weak as mine, so it was delayed. After thinking about it, it did not matter whether I went to Bailiang or not. If I went to Bailiang, it would just be an old monk finding a place to settle down. If I did not go to Bailiang, I might be able to give a few more fated people a place to settle down. Su Fengnian said sincerely, Master, I can send someone to send you and your disciple to Baoyang. When the world is peaceful, as long as you still want to return to the Central Plains, Baoyang will definitely escort you. The old monk smiled and shook his head. Donor Su, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Where is the fate of Buddhism? Don't force it. Su Fengnian did not force it. He also knew that he could not force it. He could only smile and say, My father often talks about you, Master. He says that you are an eminent monk who really has great Buddhist teachings. He admires you very much. The old monk laughed. Young Donor Su, you are lying. Although we have only met once, how can I not know old Donor Su's temper? It's good enough that you don't scold me as an untactful old monk. Chapter 1705. Su Fengnian was speechless. Not to mention what he thought, Su Shao did call the old monk bald donkey every time he mentioned the old monk of the Cold Mountain Temple. He even gave the old abbot a nickname of the butcher knife monk in private. Su Fengnian heard the general process of the incident from his mother when he was young. The monk Fa Xian was born in a rich and powerful family. He used to be the vice director of the Ministry of Personnel in West Chu. After he resigned, he entered Taoism. However, he didn't cultivate in the famous temple on the big mountain. Instead, he chose a remote mountain and lived in seclusion for many years. Later, for some unknown reason, he converted to Buddhism. It was said that he had a debate with the previous abbot of the Cold Mountain Temple. In the eyes of the world, he inexplicably became the abbot. Back then, the Su family galloped across the Central Plains. Wherever the horses passed, the flames of war were incessant. Not to mention the Liaodong tiger from the northeast, even the generals of the armies in the Central Plains would turn pale at the mention of the tiger. Only the monk Fa Xian ran to the Su family's military camp alone with a Buddhist scripture. He asked the butcher Su Shao, who was at the peak of his power at that time, to put down his butcher knife. If Wu Su hadn't stopped him, the monk would have been beheaded or even beaten with a stick. With his wife watching him, Su Shao had to pinch his nose and take the Buddhist scripture. He absent-mindedly chatted with the monk for a while and then asked someone to send him out of the camp. As the Grand Secretary Zhang of the Five-Colored County, Zhang Longjing was one of the richest men in a province. He was very slippery. He seized the opportunity and said, Master, many people in my family are vegetarian and recite Buddhist scriptures. Recently, we need to do some Buddhist things. After patiently waiting for Zhang Longjing to finish his flawless speech, the old monk slowly opened his mouth and said, Benefactor, this poor monk appreciates your kindness. It's a pity that what we're doing in your house is not Buddhist. Just when Zhang Longjing thought this matter was completely over, the old monk unexpectedly changed the topic and said with a smile, But we still have to go. What if we meet the destined person? Yuan Zhuozong and Su Yambing looked at each other. Su Fengnian was not surprised by this. He said with sincere regret, The reason for the imperial court's annihilation of Buddhism is complicated. I won't talk about it, but I really hope that you can teach more people about Buddhism. The old monk who was struggling to carry the oil lamp switched his other hand and said calmly, It's one thing if I don't talk about the Dharma. It's another how many people I talk about it to, and it's another how many people listen to the Dharma. Whether there are Buddhist temples, Buddha statues, Buddhist scriptures, monks, and even Buddhas and Western heaven in this world is actually not the most important thing. The old monk paused for a moment and looked at the young man in front of him. It depends on whether there is a space in the hearts of all living beings to place the Buddhist Dharma. As long as the Buddhist Dharma exists, the temple exists. As long as the monks exist, Buddha exists. Without Dharma, even if everyone in the world is a monk, what's the point? Su Fengnian nodded. What the old monk said was a bit big. But as long as there was a place for people to settle down, it was the truth. The Buddhist Dharma in the heart of the old monk was the habitat between the very big and the very small. In the past, Su Fengnian hated boastful scholars and was tired of those fortune-tellers. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because he couldn't stand those kinds of unrealistic words, especially the former. They knew the truth but didn't know the reason, as if they had already told you the truth. What to do next was up to you. When he was still in His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian had a lot of opinions about the so-called literati and civil officials. But before and after the hereditary succession, even though he had two unpleasant experiences in the capital, his impression of the scholars in Liyang changed more and more. Among them were Chancellor Wang, Huang Shang, Han Guzi, Qianglong, and so on. These were important figures who didn't blindly view Bailiang as an enemy. Of course, there were also pillars of the imperial court like Zhang Julu and Huan Wen who had always had the intention of removing the vassals from Bailiang. Then Su Fengnian began to think about a question. Could it be that when the young scholars grew older and had more experience, they could also grow into pillars of the imperial court worthy of anyone's admiration and the backbone of the country? The monk Fa Xian glanced at the people around Su Fengnian and withdrew his warm smile. He asked indifferently, "Benefactor Su, Bailiang has already started an uprising. Are they determined to rebel?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "They are not rebelling." The old monk who wore a leather hat and didn't wear a kasaya, so he didn't show his identity as a monk. He was a little surprised and continued to ask, "Is the prince receiving an imperial edict to quell the rebellion?" Su Fengnian still shook his head and said, "There is an imperial edict from Great Peace City, but I definitely can't see it. Probably the Jidushi Kai Nan and the administrator Han Lin, who are now bedridden, have already received the imperial edict." The old monk frowned and asked, "Then does Guangling Road need the Bailiang cavalry to help the imperial court army quell the rebellion?" Su Fengnian continued to shake his head and said, "No need. If there is a need, behind me is not 10,000 Bailiang cavalry, but at least 20,000 Yuzhou infantry." At this point, Yuan Zhuozong narrowed his eyes and was filled with murderous intent. After the old monk made an "oh" sound, he asked 3 questions in a row expressionlessly. Is Bailiang in the territory of Liyang? Are the people of Bailiang the people of Liyang? Is the Bailiang frontier army the army of Liyang? Su Fengnian also nodded expressionlessly and said, "Yes." The old monk who held the oil lamp stood in the darkness and was silent for a long time. He asked, "King of Bailiang, were there any immoral and fatuous emperors among the 3 emperors of Liyang?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Not only were there no such emperors, but regardless of the personal grudges between the Su and Zhao families, to be fair, the 3 emperors of Liyang were all wise emperors in the history books. Zhao Li was talented and wise, even better than the founding emperor of Liyang. Zhao Dun was diligent and tolerant, which was rarely seen in thousands of years. Zhao Zhuan was ambitious, but he didn't have high standards. Give him 10 years of peace, and the world will be peaceful." The old monk sneered, and then his smile suddenly disappeared. He said heavily, "What a strange thing." Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and said slowly, "Master, you must be wondering why you, as a remnant of West Chu and a monk who had to live in a temple at the foot of the mountain, can look at the world calmly. Why would I, Su Fengnian, the Northwest vassal king, lead an army to the south for my own selfish reasons?" The old monk stared at the young man, looking at his eyes instead of his face. "Does your highness have something to hide?" Su Fengnian said self-mockingly, "Yes, but for everyone, it's not worth mentioning." The old monk gently lifted the oil lamp in his hand and said, "Really not worth mentioning? I'm old and muddle-headed. If I don't lift the lamp, I can't recognize the road, can't see people, and can't see you. Isn't that also not worth mentioning? Maybe everyone in the world is, but I'm not at this moment." Su Fengnian wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The old monk seemed to be talking to himself and said, "This world is very strange. Bailiang, a barren land, had to be defended by the fierce army under the Su family. Su Shao had to be in charge to deter Beimeng. Otherwise, not to mention others, even Gu Jiantang would not be able to defend it. At the same time, removing the vassal state was an irresistible trend. If the Su family was lucky enough to defeat Beimeng, removing the vassal state would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. No matter what the 2 successive kings of Bailiang thought, it was hard to guarantee that their trusted subordinates would add fuel to the fire and wholeheartedly want to become the emperor's minister and support the emperor. Therefore, the emperor of Liang and the Su family were very difficult for Bailiang and the Su family. As the son of heaven, he could only let the civil and military officials and scholars scold him, but the Bailiang cavalry could only be surnamed Su. Later, a scholar surnamed Zhang became a high-ranking official and came up with a way to make Bailiang and Beimang wear each other out. It would be best if the fish dies and the net splits. Su Fengnian said with a smile, yes, in the eyes of the imperial court, it was a dog-eat-dog situation. The old monk glanced at the young king. Su Fengnian said frankly, if the Su family implicated the imperial court to not treat the people of Bailiang as the people of Liang, I'll admit it, and so will Su Shao. The old monk became silent. Su Fengnian stood there, lost in thought. To say the least, the Su family caused the Bailiang frontier army to die generously, but couldn't show their bravery. I'll admit it. A young lord and an old monk. At this point, the old spy subconsciously reached out his hand to press the cold saber on his waist. However, Yuan Zhuozong gently pressed his arm and shook his head at the old man who looked indignant. Su Fengnian's sleeves were in front of him. The young men who looked like farmers in the countryside were chatting with an elder about the harvest. There was no resentment in their words, nor was there any passion. They were just talking about daily life. It was as if they were saying that it was going to rain, so they should quickly harvest the grain in the grain-drying field. There was a lot of rain this spring, so there should be more grain this year than last year. Chapter 1706. Su Fengnian said softly, before Beimang went south to the Central Plains, there were two paths they could choose from. One was to enter Beimang and occupy Shishu, going east from the west and looking down. The other was to go south from Jizhou and enter the Central Plains. That was why they entered Dafeng Dynasty's capital 3 times. Now there are 3 paths. Other than attacking Bailiang's Jizhou, there are 2 more Liao. The reason is simple. Liang's capital is too far north. Emperor Zhaoli used the reason that the monarch should guard the border to reject the suggestion of moving the capital south to Guangling River. Therefore, according to common sense, Beimang's army can attack Liaodong. As long as they win, they can go straight to Great Peace City. It's almost a one-time thing. The old monk said with a smile, Your Highness, you can say, but now. This time, not only did the old spy have to be held down by Yuan Zhuozong to not pull out his sword to attack, even Su Yanbing, who had been watching coldly from the side, started to frown. He was a bit angry. Su Fengnian said calmly, but there are 300,000 border soldiers from Bailiang. Most importantly, there are hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry. Of course, there are also the 2 Liao border fortifications built with half of the country's resources. The 2 coexist, so Beimang doesn't dare to act rashly. Once they attack Great Peace City for more than a month, Bailiang's cavalry can use the northern border with Jizhou as the core as support to attack Liaodong. In this way, Beimang's army can only fight like a cornered beast. When the army from the south of Liang arrives, Beimang will have no chance of winning. As for Beimang's army using Jizhou as a breakthrough point, even the country scholars who only know how to talk about strategy on paper know that it's a move that only fools would do. In that case, does it mean that our northern Liang border army is duty-bound to Liang in the Central Plains, and that our contributions cannot go unnoticed? The old monk asked back, Isn't it? Su Fengnian smiled, No, it's not. The key is that both the imperial court and Bailiang think that the Bailiang cavalry is the private army of the Su family. They only recognize the Su flag, not the imperial edict or the emperor of the Zhao family. Then, there was a question that was placed on the table of the Su and Zhao families. Neither side could avoid it. Su Shao had thought about this question back then. If his eldest son was an embroidered pillow who neither followed his father nor his mother, then could he go to Daoist city and be a prince consort who enjoyed himself regardless of the wind and rain? Or go to the Central Plains and change to a random vassal state and become a prince of Taiping? I think the late emperor of Liang, Zhao Duan, had thought about this problem many times. How could he ensure that Beimang and Bailiang would fight to the death and that Bailiang's military power would be stable? Could he change the surname of the unruly Bailiang and change the master? Many people in the Central Plains have said that during the Spring and Autumn War, if it were Gu Zhentang, who debuted later than Su Shao, he could still destroy the 6 states. However, because Su Shao destroyed 6 of the 8 states of Spring and Autumn outside of Liang, Gu Jiantang could only helplessly follow behind the Su family's army and pick up scraps. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was younger than Su Shao by more than 10 years and joined the army 10 years later. Otherwise, Great General Gu Jiantang wouldn't have stopped at 2 states. Perhaps Great Master would be unable to resist asking, "Isn't that so?" The old monk couldn't help but laugh. Even the little monk, who was confused from the beginning to the end, felt amused. Yuan Zhuozong smiled knowingly. Su Yanbing also loosened his frown. Su Fengnian sighed. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and there was a rare sense of pride. He shook his head and said, "The answer is yes and no. Because if it were Gu Jiantang, he wouldn't have been able to win the Battle of Western Fortress, let alone defeat West Chu, which was still capable of fighting after being defeated." The old monk didn't express his opinion. Apparently, he was skeptical. Although the old man was a remnant of West Chu, he had resigned long ago and became an itinerant man in Jianghu. At first, he was a civil official who liked to talk and was not good at military affairs. He was deeply hurt by the war between the 2 states, but he didn't have a deep understanding of it. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and said, "It was Gu Jiantang himself who said that he couldn't win the Battle of Western Fortress, and he said it to Su Shao when there was no one around." The old monk, who was a little embarrassed, subconsciously raised his arm as if he wanted to touch the bald head, but he only touched the old leather hat. Su Fengnian suddenly asked, "Great Master, why did you say that only Su Shao could guard the northwest of Yonghuichu?" The old monk didn't hide anything and said, "It was something that Dragon General Su Gong, who was from the Gangnamdo Gamu Su family, told me. I know what it is, but I don't know why, so I borrowed it." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, Su Gong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, was the general who stopped the Bailiang cavalry from going to Guangling." The old monk was speechless. Su Fengnian changed the topic and said, "When I first traveled Jianghu, Zhao Go tried to assassinate me many times. As for the first few assassinations in Bailiang Palace, I believe that Great Master wouldn't believe that it wasn't Zhao Go's arrangement." The old monk nodded. He didn't doubt this at all. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I also came to the capital later as the crown prince. Only then did I know that the empress, who is now the Empress Dowager, had tried to stop Zhao Go in private." Why did she do that? Personally, at that time, she probably felt that the relationship between the Su and Zhao families was still a little bit. Or maybe she felt a little guilty about the white clothes case in the capital. But the real crux of the matter was that she considered the long term and was more beneficial to the country. That is, Bailiang had a dandy son, His Royal Highness. Having the eldest son of the Su family, who had the opportunity to become a puppet of the imperial court, was far better than Su Shao, who rebelled in a fit of anger. In fact, at that time, she and the man on the dragon throne were very different. The late Emperor Zhaodun had always hoped that Bailiang would be surnamed Qin. He hoped that the white-clothed war sage, Qin Jibao, whom he greatly admired, would guard the country for the Zhao family. But the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji was not only afraid of Qin Jibao, but she also had selfish motives. That is, in order to break the rule of the Zhao family in Liang, she wanted her eldest son, Zhao Wu, to be made a vassal of Bailiang. He would remove the character North and replace it with Liang and become the Liang prince. At that time, he would have 2 sons. One would sit on the dragon throne and wear a dragon robe to rule the world, while the other would spread his whip across the desert. This could be considered a form of compensation for Zhao Wu's failure to become the emperor. Everyone would be happy. "Master, let me ask you. If I suddenly died, and Su Shao also died, or if something similar happened, and I didn't want to suffer outside the border, I just wanted to go to the capital and live a peaceful life in the Central Plains." Moreover, Su Shao also agreed to it. Then, if the generals in Bailiang didn't have internal strife, and if Gu Jiantang came to lead the army in Bailiang as the great general of the pillar of the state, what would the situation be like? Although I don't know about military affairs, I think it would be a good thing. If Gu Jiantang led the Bailiang frontier army to fight to the death, the imperial court would also promise to let Gu Jiantang be conferred the title of king after his death. However, it probably wouldn't be hereditary. Otherwise, it would be the second Su family. After all, I also know about the matter of the army's morale. It is built through continuous fighting, and also through the deaths of people. Yes, it's indeed the best ending. Then, if I take a step back and say that Su Xiao and I are dead at the same time, will the generals in Bailiang obey Gu Jiantong's command? I don't dare to make a presumption. The knight fell into silence. Yuan Zuozong said indifferently, Master, can you trust that I will say something fair? The old monk was a little surprised and smiled. So you are General Yuan Baixiong, who fought in the princess tomb. Tell me, this penniless monk believes you. Yuan Zuozong said slowly, under the premise that my adoptive father and the prince ordered me not to make any trouble, I will only say the words of the old men in Bailiang. I will leave Bailiang and may go to the western regions. I will never enter the central plains of Bailiang again. As for the other two adoptive sons, Chu Lushan will establish himself as king in Liuzhou. He may even go to Beimang after his adoptive father's death. Qi Dang will take off his armor and become a retainer for the prince. Among those commander-in-chief commanders of the northern Liang border army's cavalry, Yan Wenwan might run straight to Mount Qing Liang to risk her life. Even if she didn't go, most likely she would die of anger. If she didn't die of anger, she would shut herself in and not come out. Qin Yunshui, Zhou Kang, He Zhonghu, and the others all left the border army. Among the young generals Lu Jinu, Hu Kuei, Shi Fu, Ning Amei, Wang Lingbao, Li Mofin and others would all leave the frontier army. In the end, among those who stayed in the border army, there was no need to think about the old man. Only people like Chao Xiaojiao could be considered useful. Once these people leave, even if Gu Jiantang brings all his old subordinates from the spring and autumn period to Bailiang, even if the framework of the 300,000 border army is still there, I think the fighting power will be less than half of the original. Maybe you will think that half of the fighting power will still be 150,000 soldiers. With the addition of Kainan's army, someone's western Shu, the support of grain and endless reinforcements from the central plains, such as the Qingzhou army, you can even mobilize the capital army to the northwest. In the end, you still have a chance to stall the Beimang army and slowly exhaust Beimang's national strength, right? It was the third time that the old monk said this tonight. Is it not? Yuan Zuozong took a deep breath and sneered, Is it? Of course not. You know, in the Battle of Liangmang, Bailiang defeated Beimang by a fluke. Why, when you heard that only 100,000 Bailiang died and only 30 Beimang died, you think it was easy to win. I don't mind telling you the truth. At that time, Bailiang was fighting on 3 fronts. As long as one front collapsed, the whole line would be defeated. At that time, it was not only 100,000 Bailiang that died, but also 300,000 border soldiers plus 300,000. Su Fengnian looked up at the night sky and murmured in a low voice that only he could hear, only 100,000 died. Yuan Zuozong realized that he had lost his composure and tried to calm down, but these are not the real deadlock. The real hidden danger is... Su Fengnian directly called his name and interrupted Yuan Zuozong. Yuan Zuozong. Chapter 1707. Yuan Zuozong did not say anything and even closed his eyes to concentrate. It was a chance meeting, but they still wanted to continue. At the same time, they did not leave happily. The 5 of them rode slowly. Yuan Zuozong suddenly smiled and said, Do you feel better now? Su Fengnian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was as if there was a refreshing spring breeze. He smiled and said, I feel much better now that I've poured out all my complaints. I can't say that in Bailiang. After all, everyone who follows me is bullied, especially my second sister and Su Beige. They are kind enough not to use me as a punching bag. Yuan Zuozong smiled, but soon he was worried. Because of the defeat of the border army of Huai and the banner of Jingnan, our journey to the south is safe. But soon, the elite cavalry of Jibei, the infantry of Western Shu, and the army of Qing province will converge. Plus, we are getting closer to the battlefield of Guangling. Wu Zhongshuan's army of northern borderline is eyeing us covetously. I'm afraid that someone will jump out to disgust us so as to flatter the imperial court. It won't hinder us, but it will be troublesome. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, Since we've decided to go south, we don't expect to have a good reputation in the central plains. Su Yambing joked, Prince, you've helped Bailiang build a good reputation in the past 2 years. Most likely, you'll be beaten back to the original. Su Fengyan curled his lips and said, "It's not a problem." Su Yanbing clicked his tongue and said, "That's what the king of Bailiang said." Yuan Zuozong echoed, "That's what the Grand Master of Wushu said." The old spy and Zhang Longjing said at the same time, "Yes." Su Fengyan put on a serious face and said, "How dare you? Drag this king out and behead him." A burst of hearty laughter spread far and wide in the night. As one of the ancestral temples of Buddhism, the Cold Mountain Temple had always been famous for its small temple but big Buddha. Unlike the two Zen temples, which occupied a large area and had many monks, the Cold Mountain Temple had no more than 100 monks in its history. As one of the 3 founding ancestors of Buddhism, Monk Quanxin was highly respected by the emperors and ministers of Dafeng dynasty. The last emperor of Dafeng dynasty even honored him as the Bodhisattva of flesh. The origin of the Buddhist prayer beads today was also the soybean count that Monk Quanxin first proposed. This ancient temple was able to escape the calamity of the Spring and Autumn War, preserved in perfect condition. However, the imperial court destroyed it with a single order. After the 5 riders disappeared into the night, the old monk, Fa Xian, let the young monk return to the earth temple with the oil lamp to sleep. The old man strolled alone on a small path that was soaked with night dew, like a wandering ghost in the wilderness. After about an hour, he finally returned to the earth temple. Unlike the small temple from before, which was as cold as a grave, the earth temple had been decorated with lanterns and colored banners in just an hour. It was grand and magnificent, and had the air of a noble family. Not only were there stone steps laid out to add charcoal to the stove, there was a middle-aged man who was as elegant as an immortal sitting by the stove. There were also several maidservants who were as beautiful as fairies serving him attentively by his side. The old monk was not surprised. He walked up the steps and squatted by the stove to warm himself. The middle-aged man was like a man in a painting. He asked softly, "How is it?" The old man took off his leather hat and put it on his knees. He said softly, "He's more reasonable than his father. Moreover, when he talks about reasons, he also has a way of talking. In short, he's better than his father, Su Shao." The old man raised his head and looked at the man who could be said to be the only remaining schemer of the Spring and Autumn War. "Mr. Nalen, are you really going to incite the Gangnam-do scholars and the people of Jianghu to go against the Bailiang cavalry? Aren't you afraid of overreaching yourself? I don't think that young man is someone who can be easily fooled. Aren't you afraid of going too far?" The middle-aged man called Mr. Nalen by Fa Xian lowered his head and fiddled with the charcoal. His face was like jade, glowing with a beautiful luster. He did not answer the question. "You Buddhists have 16 visualizations. Is there a saying about visualizing oneself? I don't think so. It's too late to sacrifice oneself, so what's the point of visualizing?" The old monk sighed helplessly. "You're more like a monk than I am." Nalen Yusi sneered. "Fa Xian, don't forget that you were supposed to be an important chess piece in Hong Jia's escape to the north. You were supposed to go to Beimang to be the head of the Buddha. You nodded and agreed at that time, but you went back on your words. That person can forget about this, but I'm not as narrow-minded as him." The old monk touched his bald head. "I can't help it. Back then, I couldn't find a place to belong in the Confucian books. After that, I couldn't find a place to stay in Elder Huang's teachings. Originally, I was just making a last-minute effort to escape with everyone. I didn't think that I would really treat this foreign land as my home. Since I've really become a monk, I shouldn't care about the secular world anymore." Nalen Yusi said angrily, "Not caring about the secular world, not caring about the secular world? Not caring about the common people in the world?" The old monk chuckled. "Living in the secular world, I'm just throwing away my skin in this life. All living beings have their own happiness, and all living beings have their own suffering." Nalen Yusi suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Uncle!" The old monk stared at the basin of charcoal fire in a trance. Nalen Yusi said angrily, "Chao Changqing secretly contacted the old people of the southern dynasty. Even Wang Sui and Gu Jiantang were persuaded by him. He promised that after West Chu was done, Wang Sui would be allowed to restore Dongyue. He promised that Gu Jiantang would become the most powerful person in the world, not just the Liang pillar state that Su Shao didn't want. Once the Central Plains were pacified and Beimang was annexed, he also promised that the Jiang family of West Chu would only exist for one generation. Then Jiang Yi would abdicate and the descendants of the Gu family would be the emperor. This was the end of the spring and autumn period that Chao Changqing had set in his heart. The old monk sighed. All living beings are suffering. Nailan Yusi stood on the steps and pursed his lips. His eyes were gloomy. The old monk no longer called the younger generation of the family teacher. Instead, he asked straightforwardly, "You forced Su Fengnian to oppose the imperial court and forced the Central Plains to regard Bailiang as an enemy. Are you plotting for King Zhaobing or Crown Prince Zhao Zhu of Yan dynasty?" Nailan Yusi's face was cold and hard. He said in a deep voice, "As long as Beimang loses the power to go south in the future, the Su family with the powerful army will not be allowed in Liang. Bailiang, which is like a feudal town, will not be allowed to exist in the world. This is the general trend. Anyone who becomes the emperor will do the same thing. Not to mention the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, even if Zhao Zhu, who is assisted by Nailan Yusi, becomes the emperor, even if he and Su Fengnian have been sworn brothers since childhood, as long as Su Fengnian is still the king of Bailiang, the situation of Bailiang won't change at all. It might even be worse than 20 years ago. Liang can't do anything to the Bailiang cavalry now, but it doesn't mean that it will still be helpless 5 or 10 years later." Monk Xian flipped his palm and changed his palm to the back of his hand to warm the fire. "Your plan is quite long-term. You even took into account the friendship between Su Fengnian and your young strategist. But let me ask you, it's the principle of an emperor to get rid of the hounds when they're dead. So is it also the principle of a desperate dog?" The old monk didn't wait for Nailan Yusi to speak and continued, "Why didn't Bailiang send its left and right cavalry to go south to the Central Plains? Why did it have to be the core of Bailiang cavalry, the Great Snow Dragon cavalry? Was it this 10,000 cavalry that went deep into the hinterland? Was it that young king's impulsiveness? Did he want to show off the power of the Su family and show off in front of his neighbor, the Central Plains? I don't think so. The Su family has been outside the Northwest Pass for 20 years and has fought with the Beimang barbarians for 20 years. They have never coveted the Central Plains, whether in the past or in the future. Especially the 20 families that you said are secretly relying on Bailiang. They are openly appearing in the eyes of the imperial court. In this way, isn't Bailiang telling Great Peace City that they are not rebelling this time? Using the banner of pacifying Great Peace City, they are taking a step back. In this way, they are taking another step back. Bailiang's propriety is obvious. Now, you, Nailan Yusi, want to break the propriety of both sides. Aren't you afraid that your actions will reduce the relationship between Su Fengnian and Zhao Zhu? At that time, Zhao Zhu will reveal his dagger. Do you really think that Su Fengnian won't rebel in anger? At that time, Beimang will most likely be crippled. Who will win the Central Plains? Maybe Su Fengnian's Bailiang cavalry will be able to go all out. The old monk suddenly stopped talking and slowly turned his head. He looked at the slender figure with a face full of shock. You, Nailan Yusi, want Su Fengnian to be the emperor. Nailan Yusi didn't admit or deny it. He began to laugh. Nailan Yusi stretched out 2 fingers and gently twirled a strand of hair hanging down his ear. He gritted his teeth and said, "The only disciple of Li Yishan, why can't he be the emperor?" The old monk lowered his head and murmured, "Crazy, crazy." At that time, when the administrator of Lianghuai, Han Lin, who was knocked out, woke up, he was already on the way back to the administrator's mansion. This second-rank official was lying in the carriage. After sitting up, he leaned against the wall of the carriage and was lost in thought. There were many things he couldn't figure out. Just like how he couldn't figure out why his teacher didn't choose Zhao Yuling or Yin Maochun in Zhonglu, but only chose Wang Xiongui, who obviously didn't have the prime minister's temperament, as his successor. Now, Han Lin, who was placed high hopes on by the imperial court, also couldn't figure out why the young man personally led the troops to the south to wade in the muddy water when there was a progress in the transportation of water and the imperial court had already loosened up. It was true that it was the duty of the vassal king to quell the rebellion, But now the emperor was not so miserable that he couldn't even send an imperial edict out of the capital. How could the Bailiang cavalry dare to leave the territory without permission? Han Lin also couldn't figure out why Jidushi Kainan, who didn't have any personal friendship with him, wanted to withdraw himself and safely stay away from this monstrous storm that was enough to end his official career, instead of dragging him into the water and suffering together. Only at this moment did Han Lin, who had been promoted step by step in the capital's officialdom, understand one thing. No matter how knowledgeable a scholar was, he was not the same as a group of warriors on the battlefield, because you never knew what shocking action they would do next. Han Lin lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the vast expanse of white snow outside. He felt cold all over. He felt a little guilty for Kainan, but he hated the king of Bailiang who didn't follow the rules. Chapter 1708. Han Lin thought that if Kainan did not die from this disaster, even if he had to bear the risk of being suspected by the court, he would still drink and chat merrily with this former general of Gujiantong's. However, Han Lin quickly felt desolate. How could Kainan, as the main general, not die under the charge of such a powerful cavalry? Han Lin sighed softly, and then his gaze became determined. He decided that as long as he was an official in the Huai River, he would take care of Kainan's family. However, the administrators certainly would not have thought that Kainan had not actually died in battle. Instead, he had been seriously ill and unconscious for many days. That bed was not in the Kai family's residence, but in the army's tent. From this, one could see the severity of his injuries, to the point where he could not withstand even the slightest jolt of the carriage. So much so that when the eunuchs of the ceremony directorate who had rushed all the way from the capital to Huzhou to announce the imperial edict entered the tent with the rhinoceros horn shaft, they also smelled the strong smell of medicine and the unconcealable smell of blood. In reality, before lifting the curtain, the eunuch had already seen the wives and children of the regional commanders. All of them were in a state of panic. They were worried that the life and death of the backbone of their families was unknown, and they were also worried that the court would be furious and punish them. Along the way, although most of the big military tents were just fleeting glimpses, the mournful scene of everyone being in a daze could not be faked. It was the kind of mournful army that had suffered a great defeat, and it must have been a crushing defeat. As one of the 8 eunuchs of the ceremony directorate, whose seniority could not be considered the oldest in the imperial palace of Great Peace City, it was far from his turn to announce the edicts of a major second-rank border official. However, this time, the announcement of the edict was clearly an evil task that all the important figures in red python robes had tacitly agreed upon. The head of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, could not leave the Son of Heaven's side. As the second-in-command eunuch, according to the law, he could only hold up the white jade scroll edicts. Otherwise, it would be too shameful. Next was the official eunuch. Of the 8 eunuchs, he was the one with the least seniority and backing. If he did not come, who would? The self-pitying middle-aged eunuch had a stern face and narrowed his eyes. He first looked around, and then slowly cast his gaze on the sickbed. Beside the bed stood a pale-faced young general. He could not even stand straight and leaned on a cane. The eunuch frowned. Before he came, Zhao Go had given a general description of the situation of Kainan's army. Some of the main generals had described it in detail. The tall and sturdy young man in front of him should be Kainan's only adopted son. He was the orphan of a comrade who had died in southern Tang early on. He had taken Kainan's surname from a long time ago and was called Kai Bai. In the Kai family, Kai Bai's status was not lower than Kainan's 3 sons. It was said that Kai Bai had personally taken care of many matters that could not be shown in public. Zhao Go, who was responsible for keeping an eye on Kainan, had also given some good comments. He believed that Kainan was worth the imperial court trying to rope him in and nurture him. Once he succeeded, the tens of thousands of troops trained by Kainan in the future would naturally become soldiers that the imperial court could use. Originally, the middle-aged eunuch would have absolutely no access to this kind of inside information. However, on this journey of 1,000 li to announce the edict, there were just too many things outside the imperial edict. From the very beginning, there were many mysteries. First, the powerful eunuch who held the writing brush found him and had a heart-to-heart talk. He repeatedly warned him that this trip to the Lianghuai path to announce the imperial edict had to be done in secret. Even stranger was that the edict that was handed to him was not 1, but 2. Only the boxes were slightly different. When the writing brush eunuch handed over the 2 boxes, he used his fingernail to scratch a hidden mark on one of the boxes. He said that if Kai Nan's army stopped the Bailiang cavalry, he would announce the imperial edict in this box. If they lost, and it had to be a crushing defeat, then the other box would be opened. If they dealt with it carelessly and put on a show of great battle array, but in reality, they were secretly allowing the Bailiang cavalry to swagger across the border, then there was no need to open either of the boxes. You could just take it as you had left the capital to patrol the border. You could return as you went, say nothing, and see no one. But it was important to remember that no matter which imperial edict it was, it had to be announced after the dust had settled and the situation was clear. It could not be too late, and it could even be delayed by a few days. If the timing was not right, then there would be someone to help advise. Therefore, after this eunuch from the ceremony directorate received a hint from Zhaogo, he came to Kai Nan's tent in a daze. Kai Bai limped forward a few steps and bowed with cupped fists. He said in a low voice, "General Kai Bai greets eunuch." The eunuch nodded and said in a shrill voice, "General Kai, has the regional commander not woken up yet? If so, then it will be difficult to receive the imperial edict." Kai Bai did his best to hide his sadness and said softly, reporting to eunuch, "Foster father woke up once yesterday, but he quickly fell unconscious again." A few of the military doctors and the divine Dr. Ma, who we invited from Liuji County in River Province, all said that foster father's internal organs were injured this time. Even if he woke up one day, he might not be able to charge and break through the enemy lines again. The eunuch asked calmly, "Divine Dr. Ma from Liuji County? Is that the Ma family that produced 6 or 7 imperial physicians?" Kai Bai nodded and said, "Yes." The middle-aged eunuch nodded. In fact, after the divine doctor left Kai Nan's tent, Zhaogo had secretly found him and confirmed Kai Nan's injuries. It was indeed very serious, injuring his internal organs. Normal people would have to lie in bed for 100 days to recover from their injuries, let alone this case. He finally revealed a sorrowful expression and said emotionally, "I never thought that the regional commander would be so seriously injured. Forget it, just treat it as the regional commander receiving the imperial edict while lying down. I believe that His Majesty will not blame us. Even if there is some punishment, it is our family's matter. No matter what, even if we have to risk our lives, we will not let the loyal regional commander suffer any grievances." After hearing this, Kai Bai, who was a tough man who bled on the battlefield but did not shed tears, actually knelt down without waiting for the eunuch to announce the imperial edict. He just sobbed silently as if he had suffered a great grievance and did not say anything. At this time, the middle-aged eunuch was truly moved. If this young man showed the slightest sign of gratitude, then he would be suspicious. Kai Bai's personality was clearly recorded in Zhaogo's secret files. He was definitely not the kind of person who would flatter others. After probing, the eunuch moistened his throat and began to read the imperial edict. The handwriting was naturally good. It did not look like the handwriting of any of the Hanlin Academy's Huangmen. It was rather similar to the handwriting of his own eunuch. The contents of the imperial edict were very shocking. Even the eunuch himself was stunned. However, he hid it very well. The general idea was that Bailiang's 10,000 cavalry had left their territory and rushed to Guangling Road to carry out the imperial edict. The imperial court originally wanted the Bailiang cavalry to secretly leave the border at the end of spring and join forces with the general of the southern expedition, Lu Shengxiang, and the minister of war, Wu Zhongshuan, to deal a heavy blow to the Guangling rebel army. Therefore, when they heard that Bailiang had sent out troops early for no reason, the imperial court had no time to inform the Huai and Huai, resulting in this disaster. Kai Bai suddenly raised his head. His face was full of tears. There was shock, bewilderment, unwillingness, and a resentment that should not be shown on his face as an official of Liang. The middle-aged eunuch was very satisfied with this young man's performance. This was the emotion of a normal person. The eunuch, who had received Zhaogo's secret instructions, was not in a hurry to reveal the truth. Instead, he frowned and said gloomily, "What is it? Is the general dissatisfied?" Kai Bai's expression was pained. In the end, he slammed his fists on the hard ground. "I am not the least bit dissatisfied with the imperial court. I only hate that king of Bailiang. Why did he send out troops early? Taking 10,000 steps back, since you, Su Fengnian, have received the imperial edict, why didn't you talk to my adoptive father about the Huai and Huai border army? Could it be that he wants to use the Huai and Huai soldiers as stepping stones just so he can make a name for himself in the imperial court? It is clear that Su Fengnian has held a grudge against my adoptive father for many years. I, Kai Bai, refuse to accept this. If I can command an army alone in the future, I will definitely fight to the death for my adoptive father and my brothers." Having said this, Kai Bai suddenly closed his mouth and lowered his head even more. One was a half-dead man lying on the ground, and the other was a man kneeling and staring at the ground. There was no one in the tent looking at him, so the middle-aged eunuch curled the corners of his mouth slightly. He slowly said, "Young general, I see that your Kai family is full of loyalty and bravery. That is why I am willing to tell you these things that should not be spread. Some things should not be said, but kept in the heart. After all, not everyone is as tight-lipped as I am." Kai Bai raised his head and used his arm to rub his face carelessly. He nodded vigorously. He was a smart man who had been enlightened. The middle-aged eunuch laughed, but when he thought of the shady business that Zhao Go wanted him to do, his expression became somewhat serious. However, since the eunuch had already laid the groundwork, compared to the surprise of the imperial edict just now, the secret edict that could not be written on the tip of the pen was somewhat reasonable. He quickly stepped forward, holding the edict in one hand and supporting the young general with the other. His expression was amiable as he said, "I will also be bold enough to make an exception. I will not say the words 'receive the edict.' Young general, just take it." After Kai Bai solemnly received the imperial edict with both hands, the eunuch lowered his voice and said, "Young general, in addition to the imperial edict in your hands, there is actually another imperial edict from His Majesty's mouth. Although there are not many words, you must listen carefully." After a moment of surprise, Kai Bai immediately knelt again. The middle-aged eunuch said in a low voice, "The Huai Jidushi Kainan is granted the title of Count Zhongyi." This time, Kai Bai raised his head. His expression was completely different, one of surprise and gratitude. Chapter 1709. The eunuch carefully chose his words and slowly said, "There are some things that little general needs to understand in his heart. I am not a flying immortal on the earth, I am only a eunuch with mediocre leg strength. How can I bring this secret edict to your Ifu today? Is it not because His Majesty, as soon as he learned that the Bailiang barbarians had sent troops ahead of time, thought that your adoptive father and the elites of the two Huai would bravely stop them? Did he think that there would be a day like this? Otherwise, how could your Kai family have such a grand edict of imperial grace? It is clear that in His Majesty's heart, he greatly relies on your two Huai and is willing to see you as a pillar of the country." Kai Bai faced the east, in the direction of Great Peace City, and kowtowed with all his strength. What followed was not the usual polite greetings between eunuchs and officials of the capital. The accompanying eunuch was about to leave the tent and return to the capital to report. Kai Bai wanted someone to hurriedly send over some good items that were more valuable than silver, but the middle-aged eunuch refused with a smile and left without hesitation. There were eunuchs in the world who were not greedy for money, but there were very few, and he was not one of them. He was only able to become an accompanying eunuch, especially when the first two head eunuchs were Han Xingxian and Song Tonglu. He should understand that sometimes, when dealing with people, not taking money would not only be able to sleep soundly, but it was actually more valuable than taking money. After Kai Bai carefully put down the imperial edict, he limped and insisted on sending the middle-aged eunuch to the gate of the camp. He watched as the eunuch entered the carriage and left until he completely disappeared from sight. Only then did he return to the lifeless tent and sit on the little stool by the bed. He did not say a word, and his eyes were dark and gloomy. A hoarse voice that should not have appeared entered his ears. "Buyer, that eunuch has left?" Kai Bai was not shocked. He nodded and said, "Adoptive father has gone far." Kainan's body did not move at all, only his lips moved slightly. He originally wanted to laugh coldly, but it was too difficult. In the end, the root of the illness had been planted. It was absolutely true, however, that young king had acted with great propriety and care. Just like the actions of the 10,000 Bailiang cavalry. It was to open the formation. It was not to break the formation. Did anyone from the Huai border army die? Of course, those who died were mostly Kainan's direct subordinates. However, this situation was very interesting. It looked like there were heavy casualties, but in reality, there weren't many dead people. On the contrary, there were countless injured people. If one wasn't an old soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles, he wouldn't be able to understand the mystery behind it. But if one were to say that Kainan had a tacit understanding with the Bailiang cavalry from the very beginning, and that she had wronged him, the Jidushi, from the very beginning, Kainan did indeed have the heart to block the way, otherwise, she would not have placed the elite troops under her command at the front line. Her body was far from fully recovered, but Kainan, who had recovered quickly, said smoothly, "It's been hard for a rough person like you to act." Kai Bai smiled bitterly and said, "Foster father, this concerns the life and death of our Kai family. How can Kai Bai not be concerned? But to be honest, it's much more difficult than going into battle." Kainan asked, "After hearing the 2 imperial edicts, what are your thoughts?" Kai Bai said with mixed feelings, "If I didn't know beforehand that the Bailiang would not be allowed to go down south, and with the strange actions of the Bailiang cavalry, Kai Bai would really have believed that eunuch's nonsense today." Kainan, who was lying on the bed, stared straight at the top of the tent. It said that the fox grieves for the rabbit's death. Although I don't know what our great general is thinking, I do have such thoughts. For so many years, I've seen the methods Li Yang used to deal with the Bailiang, both on the surface and under the surface, one after another. It's inevitable that my heart is beating like a drum. Why do you think foster father was able to hold military power at the border all this time? Is it because I, Kainan, have great ability to lead troops into battle? From what I see, my ability isn't small, but it's really not that great. Compared to Lu Xingxiang, Su Gong, and the others, I'm still a little inferior. The reason why I was promoted all the way to become a provincial governor is actually because of 2 people. One is a great general, and the other is a great general. The last sentence sounded like nonsense, but Kai Bai knew that not only was it not nonsense, but the meaning behind it was rich. Not only could it make one's jaw drop, it could also make one's hair stand on end. The first great general was said to be foster father's benefactor, the second pillar of the Liang dynasty, Gu Genting. The second great general was the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, who was called the butcher of the spring and autumn period. Kainan said in a low voice, "But even if I feel sorrow in my heart, I, Kainan, only have reverence for the old Emperor Zhao Li and the late Emperor Zhao Dun. I don't have the slightest bit of rebellious thoughts. But it's simple because they're powerful." Regardless of the internal reasons, they were still able to suppress the 2 great generals, suppress the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Zhao Li was able to make Su Shao willingly help him conquer the world, and even helped Li Yang fight Beimang to defend the world until his death. After his death, he was able to make our great General Gu wear an official's robe instead of armor, and sit on a bench in that cramped Ministry of War's Yamen for no less than 20 years. Zhao Dun wasn't bad either. He wanted that Grand Secretary Zhang, who had the power to overturn the world, to die, and Bai Yan obediently died. After Zhao Dun died, he similarly left behind a large amount of property for the current emperor. It's just a pity that although Zhao Dun had his personal grudges, they were generally harmless to national affairs. In Zhao Zhuan's hands, he couldn't control the scale. However, you can't say that the young emperor is really wrong in this kind of matter. The affairs of the world are like this, we can only explain it as fate making fools of people. That being said, I also believe that if Zhao Li was the emperor, Bailiang might not even have the thought of sending troops to Guangling. As for Zhao Dun, he would have delivered the imperial edict to our hands much earlier, and definitely wouldn't be so hesitant. Kai Bai said hesitantly, "Although I don't have a good impression of the young emperor, if it were me, I'm afraid I would have done even worse." Kainan made a sound of agreement. "Zhao Zhuan isn't bad. As long as he's given time, he might have done even better than his father and grandfather. However, in the end, he's still a bit inexperienced. In addition to the current imperial court, with Bai Yen's death and Tantanon's seemingly unchanged, I reckon he's more or less disheartened. Although there's still Qi Yanglong, who was left to our Liang by the previous emperor, compared to this Shangyin Academy Grand Chancellor who came out of seclusion halfway, especially Yuan Benxi's benefactor, Zhao Zhuan naturally trusts Chen Wang, who he personally promoted. Unfortunately, at the same time, he won't place too much importance on Chen Wang's opinion at crucial moments. This is because Chen Wang is young, and the emperor is also young. Without Su Shao in the northwest, Bai Meng immediately attacked. Without Yuan Benxi and Zhang Julu in the imperial court, problems also arose. I'm guessing that if Zhao Zhuan could be more magnanimous in the matter of the water transport, then Su Fengyan would have at least done some superficial work for this inexplicable dispatch of troops, such as sending someone to Great Peace City to request an imperial edict. However, in the bottom of the young emperor's heart, he still hopes to use our Huai and Huai border armies to weigh the weight of the Bailiang cavalry, to see how much of an exaggeration there is. Now, it's a mess, and the imperial court doesn't have a tinker like Bai Yan. As long as I think of this in the past 2 days, the bit of anger in my heart will lessen. Then Kai Nan sighed and said, if Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen don't say a few words of justice at this time, Liang, which has a great situation, will probably really be in big trouble. Kai Bai didn't understand. Kai Nan didn't explain anything. His hoarse and deep voice became even more vague. This time, adoptive father barely escaped death. After thinking about it, there's something I should tell you, but adoptive father hasn't really thought it through. You can think about it yourself. Kai Bai leaned forward and said in a low voice, adoptive father, speak, I'm listening. Kai Nan's tone was calm. Openly guard against the Bailiang Su family, secretly guard against Chen Jibao. Be a good general on the border, great things can be expected. This is the only secret letter that the general has given me in all these years. It's a message not written on paper. Kai Bai's pale face became even paler, but it quickly turned a sickly red. Kai Nan closed his eyes and said tiredly, after dying once, I found that now, looking at it, that young man surnamed Su is still the most interesting, the others are just like that. That's right, when I really receive the imperial edict of being conferred the title of Count Zhongyi, you can lead the army. As for whether you can become a Jidushi, that will depend on your own ability. Adoptive father can't help much. Don't try to persuade me. Maybe I feel that there's no meaning in it. Kai Nan didn't say anything and just kept his eyes open. His ears could vaguely hear the drums of the war of the spring and autumn period, his eyes could vaguely see the smoke of the war of the spring and autumn period, and his heart could vaguely see the bravery of his youth. During the reign of Yonghui, the world only knew that there was a Zhang Lu Gu Lu in the imperial court, but they didn't know that there was a strategist who lived at the edge of the palace. Until now, in the year of the auspicious talisman, the civil and military officials still didn't know that there was a blind guest in a secluded house not far from Yuan Benxi's residence. His surname was Lu, and his name was Su. He only had a personal maid to serve him. On this day, a young man with a special identity came to Lu Su's residence. The former was both the guest and the host, because although the one surnamed Zhao was the guest of this small courtyard, he was the host of the entire Liang. The current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, didn't wear a dragon robe, but a jade belt and green robe. He sat opposite Lu Su, who had secretly become the imperial court's great spy. Chapter 1710. There was only a box of chess pieces on the table and no chessboard. This was a small habit of Lu Su. Regardless of whether he was flipping through a book or thinking, he would always have a box of chess pieces by his hand. If he had nothing to do, he would grab a handful of chess pieces and slowly rub them in his palm. Zhao Zhuan's tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of blame in his words. Sir, why did you not only order Zhao Go to bide his time along the way? You even strictly ordered the local Jianghu people not to show their faces and not to obstruct the Bailiang cavalry? Lu Su, who was holding a handful of cool chess pieces, moved his fingers slightly and made a squeaking sound. In the face of the angry reproach of the ruler of a country, This blind young man who had risen to the center of the dynasty overnight was expressionless. He slowly said, "Liang's face is not on such trivial matters. His Majesty's face is on the border battles between the Liao, Beiliang, and the Huai River. If His Majesty felt that he could tolerate anyone in the world except for Su Fengnian, so he wanted Lu Su to act on impulse, then it's very simple. Although Zhaogo people have died, they are still a huge force that can call the wind and summon the rain. Not to mention stopping scholars and Jianghu people from causing trouble. When the Beiliang cavalry is on its way south, there will be people who will step forward bravely in every road, prefecture, county, and county. There will be people who will die under Beiliang's warblades and horses. What's so difficult about that?" Zhao Zhuan was silent, but the anger between his brows did not diminish. Lu Su stretched out his arm and a chess piece leaked out from his palm and fell on the table. From a practical point of view, a family's wealth is a land's worth of soldiers and horses. From a hypocritical point of view, it's the people's hearts and the general trend of the world. Putting aside the future harvest, every bit used is a bit less. Although the Beiliang cavalry is marching south this time under the banner of pacifying the rebellion, in the eyes of the civil and military officials, it's the ambition of a wolf. In the eyes of the people of the Central Plains, it's the young king's domineering behavior. In the current situation, the worst situation is that Su Fengnian colluded with West Chu, ignoring the Beimang War, and reached an agreement with Chao Changqing to divide the Central Plains equally. For example, when Su Fengnian marries Empress Jiangxi in the future, there will be a transition between the left hand and the right hand of the throne. Am I right? Zhao Zhuan nodded sullenly. "It is as you said." Lu Su smiled and said, "But then again, Your Majesty, ask yourself, will Northern Liang rebel?" Zhao Zhuan shook his head. "That won't happen. Beiliang frontier army's 100,000 soldiers died outside the pass, and only a little more than 10,000 soldiers went to Guangling. Beiliang won't rebel." Lu Su threw a few more chess pieces on the table. "If that's the case, then the imperial court shouldn't force Beiliang to rebel. At the very least, they shouldn't appear themselves. Let Beiliang and Beimang fight to the death. You want Guangling's grain? Then I'll give it to you." Su Fengnian can't lower his face to ask the imperial court for the martyrs who died in battle? But the imperial court will give it to you. In the second battle of Liangmeng, you might not have enough soldiers. The imperial court will lend you the army of Huai Jidushi Kainan. If Kainan isn't enough, Jizhou also has the soldiers of Han Fang and Yang Huchen. Zhao Zhuan's brows furrowed tightly. Lu Su calmly said, "The imperial court shouldn't be thinking about how to guard against Beiliang, but how to separate Beiliang from the Su family. Don't hope that the second generation of the Su family will still be disloyal to the imperial court. Instead, think about how to make the young and strong generals of Beiliang not have the slightest disloyalty. Make them and the entire Beiliang Taoism sincerely believe that Beiliang is a Beiliang within the territory of Liang, and that the Su family is only helping the imperial court manage and govern Beiliang. Even if one day Beiliang doesn't have the cavalry of the Su family, even if the battle of Liangmeng isn't going well, everyone in Beiliang, from the officials to the common people, will have a way out. If Beiliang doesn't have a foothold, then the imperial court will let them retreat to Huaijianghu, to Shuzhou, and even all the way to Jiangnan." Zhao Zhuan's brows loosened slightly. "If that's really the case, then it doesn't matter whether the Su family rebels or not." Lu Su laughed involuntarily. "Your Majesty, you must remember that if you want the Beiliang Su family to become water without a source, it's still too early. First, you have to rely on the imperial court's careful operation. If you're willing, you have to give something to Beiliang first. Second, you have to rely on the following battle of Liangmeng. Third, you have to rely on the people of Beiliang slanting toward the imperial court. The imperial court can no longer regard them as uncivilized Beiliang barbarians, and can no longer restrict the scholars of Liangdi in the imperial examinations. Fourth, you have to rely on the officials of Beiliang who have a foothold in the imperial court. You can't do without Sun Yin Yao Baifeng, and you can't only have people like Jin Lanting. Fifth, you have to rely on Liang to quickly let Su Gong, Lu Sheng, and Song Li, who have clean backgrounds and can be of great use, stand out and quickly end the Battle of Guangling. Don't think about reducing the power of the local generals. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Once the generals in Liang are completely speechless, and the Beimang army is still in the north and hasn't suffered any damage to its foundation, don't tell me that in the end, you can only rely on the Su family's iron cavalry to fight the war? In that case, won't the previous fourth become a joke? Zhao Zhuan picked up the chess pieces that Lu Su had dropped from the table one by one. He gripped them tightly and sank into deep thought. Zhao Zhuan subconsciously imitated the movements of the blind young man. The chess pieces in his palms rubbed against each other. In the final analysis, teacher wants the imperial court to retreat in order to advance? Lu Su said a rebellious sentence without hesitation. Yes, Your Majesty wants to retreat in order to advance. Zhao Zhuan smiled embarrassedly. Strangely, the young emperor didn't seem to be angry. Lu Su suddenly asked, "Doesn't Your Majesty find it strange that with the foresight of Zhang Julu and Yuan Benqi, why couldn't they think of such a crude method?" Zhao Zhuan's heart trembled. He laughed and said, "I only know that teacher's methods this time are definitely not crude." Lu Su loosened his palms and the chess pieces fell to the table. "Seniors, it's just that you can't think of it that way. I believe that at that time, the two of them were mainly plotting against the Baoyang and not Su Fengnian. The same prescription used in different places has completely different effects." Zhao Zhuan said in disbelief, "Other than Su Shao, who else could it be?" Lu Su raised his head, expressionless. Zhao Zhuan suddenly understood. Chen Zhibao. Lu Su's words became more and more shocking. In the early years, no one would have thought that Su Fengnian could really be inherited. However, with the talents of Grand Secretary Zhang and teacher Yuan, they could still make up for it. It's a pity that the previous emperor didn't give Zhang Julu a chance, and Your Majesty didn't give teacher Yuan a chance either. Zhao Zhuan's face was gloomy. Lu looked at the young emperor. "Actually, Your Majesty, you're here to denounce me, aren't you? You're angry about why I, Lu Su, dared to act first and report later, and granted Kainan the title of Count Zhongyi without authorization after taking over the power of Zhao Go." Zhao Zhuan laughed. "At first, I was indeed shocked and angry. I even had the thought of killing someone. However, after listening to teacher's digression, I felt much more at ease. However, I also don't want this to happen a second time." Lu Su calmly shook his head and said, "It won't happen again. Your Majesty's trust in me has almost been used up. After all, I only have one head." Zhao Zhuan stopped what he was doing and said emotionally, "Teacher, I can promise you that as long as teacher wholeheartedly plans for my Liyang, even if there is a day when teacher commits a capital crime, I can tolerate it. Tolerate it once. If teacher does not believe me, I can go to the ancestral temple and swear to the ancestors of the Zhao family." Lu Su hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need. Your Majesty is a good emperor, I am certain of this. Otherwise, why would a blind person like Lu Su, who is destined to never rise in his official career, be willing to come to Great Peace City?" Zhao Zhuan asked in a small voice, "Teacher, I also know that there are some questions that should not be asked. In the history books, whenever an official answers a monarch's question, there has never been a good ending. However, I still hope that teacher can be honest with me." Lu Su said faintly, "Since Your Majesty does not have many imperial sons, then you should be asking me who in the imperial court can succeed Qi Yanglong as the Grand Secretary of the dynasty? Will you tolerate that Grand Secretary growing up to become an emperor like Zhang Julu who has no political enemies in the court? With this question, does it mean that Your Majesty is not even at ease with Chen Wang? Then Your Majesty will truly be all alone." Zhao Zhuan said in a sincere tone, "It is not that I do not believe in Chen Wang." Lu Su did not comment and said to himself, "There is no doubt that only Chen Wang is the candidate for this position. Yan Qiji, Sun Yin, Fan Zhangho, Li Jifu, these five all have fatal flaws. They are not as good as Chen Wang, who has the potential to be perfect. In the transition period before them, people like Yin Maochun, Zhao Yuling, and Han Lin are just short-lived grand secretaries who have lived for 3 to 5 years. They are not worth mentioning." Zhao Zhuan opened his palm and looked down at the chess piece. "I am suddenly enlightened." Zhao Zhuan suddenly looked up and smiled. Teacher, do you have any more chess pieces to give me? Lu Su smiled. No more. Zhao Zhuan clenched his fist and stood up. Then I will accept these chess pieces. Lu Su stood up. Then I will not see you out. Zhao Zhuan laughed. There is no need to see me out, but I will continue to give you chess pieces in the future. I hope that at the end of our lives, we can sit face to face like today, slowly count those chess pieces, talk about the past, and put them back into the box one by one. Wouldn't that be great? Zhao Zhuan left quietly. The maidservant, Xinghua, who had followed Lu Su from the Prince of Jing'an's estate to the capital, suddenly discovered that her teacher was sitting upright and still, but at some point, a lonely chess piece had appeared on the table. He had not given it to Emperor Zhao Zhuan. She asked curiously, Teacher, why did you keep one for yourself? Lu Su said softly, I did not keep it for myself, I kept it for someone else. The woman was horrified. Lu Su stretched out his finger and gently pressed on the chess piece. I will repay him with my life. Chapter 1711. Along the way south, other than those towering mountains and precipitous ridges, there was almost no snow to be seen. The cold of spring was the most bone-chilling. If the Bailiang cavalry advanced 120 li to the southeast, it would be equivalent to entering the Guangling Road. Although they were still some distance away from the real battlefield, where the army under the command of the new Minister of War, Wu Zhongshuan, and the main forces of West Chu breaking out to the west were confronting each other, there was still some distance. However, even without the warnings of the generals and commandants who had first-hand knowledge of the battle situation, just based on the increasing number of Liang scouts and cavalry scouts that appeared around the marching route, it was already enough for the Bailiang cavalry to deduce the general situation. Even the usually intimate actions of washing and feeding the horses involuntarily revealed a somewhat austere aura. At dawn, there was still an hour before the army broke camp. For the time being, the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, acting as the main commander of this cavalry, gathered all the generals and commandants in a temporary and crude military tent. Including Yuan Zhuizong, Ning Amei, and Hong Shuwen, there were a total of 16 people. There was no table in the large tent. The 5 wide and high map of the Guangling Road was hung on the wall. The main passes and cities had long been clearly recorded. Even the number of troops stationed at each place was meticulously marked in vermilion small characters, accurately down to 100 people. Su Fengnian stood sideways under the map, still wearing the famous saber that he snatched from Jiang Fuding's hand that year, the crossing the river soldier, only he took off the cold saber. Su Fengnian looked at the various cavalry officers standing in an arc, raised his saber, and drew a route on the map that was enough to shock the yamen of the Ministry of War. He laughed and said, Next we will pass through Luhua County, pass through Wei Shui and Merqi, 2 counties, and officially enter Guangling Road. Perhaps we moved too slowly through Huai and Bei provinces, and then moved too quickly through Huainan Road, causing the imperial army to be caught off guard. Therefore, they were unable to keep up with our pace. Otherwise, the Ji province cavalry should have arrived 2 days ago in the area of Shanin County, where there are many mountain paths. They would have first intercepted us, using Wufang and Free Cloud cities as a base to wait for reinforcements. When Su Gong from the Ministry of War arrives, he would have allied with the local troops to defend this natural defensive line. This would have forced our army to advance more than 80 li to the south, and take a detour to the east to enter Guangling. However, in this way, we would have to collide with the Qing province troops that are rushing north. As long as there is a slight delay, the 20,000-strong army from western Shu would arrive. Su Fengnian paused here, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It is a pity that the hairy son-in-law of the Gu family is still a bit too slow. Therefore, I estimate that Assistant Minister Su is already pointing at the Ji province general and spitting in his nose. However, if I have the chance to stand in front of Assistant Minister Su, I would definitely say a few words on behalf of the Ji province general. Motherf *Ker, Su Gong is hiding in the right wing of Ji province, slowly wandering about. Why should our tired Ji province cavalry rush up to the Bailiang cavalry and be beaten up? Who doesn't know that the great snow dragon can ride a horse and wear Bailiang armor, and when he dismounts his horse, he does not lose to the Yuzhou infantry in the slightest? This daddy came to the Central Plains to gain merits, not to be in a hurry to reincarnate. Apart from the serious Yuan Zhuozong, the other generals in the tent roared with laughter. This was especially the case for the old cavalry generals who had fought in the Spring and Autumn War. Their grins were even wider. Even though most of these people had obtained their positions at the Bailiang border, when they were still small soldiers, most of them had heard the bragging of the old officers in their respective armies. They said that the great generals would always make fun of the enemy before the battle. It was rumored that even at the most difficult time of the Battle of the Western Wall, the West Chu Yi Bai Kue, who was known as the Spring and Autumn War Armor, could not escape this calamity. When the laughter stopped, Su Fengnian restrained his relaxed expression and said in a low voice, "Our great snow dragon cavalry still has more than 10,000 soldiers. However, as for our true strength, we all know our own matters. In the battle at the Calabash Mouth where we wiped out Yang Yuanzhan's army, our great snow dragon cavalry had the greatest merit, but our casualties were not small either. There were 3,400 people who died on the battlefield. As for the soldiers who had to withdraw from the border army because of their injuries, there were also 1,200 people. Out of 10,000 people, in the end, only half of them were old soldiers. I might as well say something to offend those two heavy cavalry armies. Their casualties were also disastrous, but comparatively speaking, I dared to have these two cavalry armies choose from Liang Zhou's left and right cavalry armies, even from You Zhou's elite cavalry army and Ling Zhou's few local garrisons. However, as for the great snow dragon cavalry, forget about Ling Zhou, I did not even choose a single one from Yu Zhou. All of them were chosen from outside Liang Zhou's pass. I, Su Fengnian, can pat my chest and say that every single new soldier has passed through the double screening of Qingliang Mountain and the Protectorate Manor. Every single new officer, their experience on the battlefield, I, Su Fengnian, have even personally seen them. Only after I nod my head and Chu Lushan and Yuan Zhuozong agree can they take up the post. However, even if this is the case, compared to the great snow dragon cavalry that rushed to the mouth of the gourd, it is clear that the current great snow dragon cavalry, all of the military generals who had outstanding military achievements outside the pass, felt a heavy and suffocating feeling. It wasn't only because of the title of King of Bailiang on this youngster's body, nor was it because of some Jianghu master or Earth Immortal, it was also because of the prestige that Su Fengnian had slowly accumulated bit by bit over the past few years. In order to become a commander-in-chief, one didn't have to be that type of person who could charge and break through enemy lines to face 10,000 enemies. It wasn't just Su Shao who was like this. Even the great Grandmaster Gu Jiantang, in his early years in the Spring and Autumn War, actually didn't take the lead that often. Chen Zhibao was even more so. Being able to win battles and being able to afford to lose battles was actually enough. Meanwhile, this young vassal king in front of everyone seemed to have never lost on the battlefield, in the imperial court, or in Jianghu. Of course, it was rumored that on a certain battlefield, their king of Bailiang had suffered a great defeat. Even Yan Wenluan and Chen Yunshui, these meritorious great generals, when they occasionally heard their subordinates mention this matter, they would never berate them, instead revealing a knowing smile that only great men would understand. After Su Fengnian kept everyone in suspense, he said in deadly earnest, "It is clear that this current great snow dragon cavalry, if we want to talk about crushing those Ji province elite cavalry and capital region army, there still isn't much of a problem." This time, even Yuan Zhuozong couldn't help but laugh. Su Fengnian said, "This time, I brought you all to Guangling Circuit to wade through the muddy waters. Normal Bailiang commoners definitely don't know the truth, but everyone in this tent has more or less heard a bit. In reality, if it is as you all have guessed, it is true." Without waiting for everyone to express their opinion, Su Fengnian already said in a heavy voice, "No matter what, if anyone has any complaints, or even if anyone wants to curse me, wait until we return to Bailiang territory. This time, when we head south, other than Kainan's Huai border army, we have no choice but to fight. Before we face Wu Zhongshuan's northern frontier army, my objective is to not fight if we can. Even if my great snow dragon cavalry can wipe out 100 imperial soldiers, it will still be a losing business. Of course, if Su Gong and Yuan Tingshan insist on blocking us to the end, then we will fight. We will beat them until they are scared. Before this, I still have something I want to make clear to everyone. The true vicious battle is still the contest with Wu Zhongshuan. Because on this trip to Guangling Road, apart from me needing to pick up a person, you all also need to take in a certain amount of West Chu's routed army. The initial estimate is between 200 to 300, most of them young and strong. On the battlefield, they will appear as small groups of fleeing cavalry. When the time comes, we will provide them with Bailiang warhorses and light armor. Of course, there will also be cold blades, quickly breaking up these troops and merging them into our army. Afterwards, Yuan Tong will lead you all away from the western battlefield. I will at most meet up with you all a day later. Su Fengnian's cold blade pointed heavily on the map. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Gong's Jingji troops and Yuan Tingshan's Jizhou cavalry will meet up here. Su Gong will use the Chaisang County town, which has a higher city wall, as a stronghold. Che Ye's Western Shu infantry and Qingzhou army will respectively be behind and to the south of our army, each with a city pass to rely on. The enemy's entire battle line presents a semicircle. Although the terrain on both sides of the Chaisang County town is flat, the net of water is crisscrossing, making it unsuitable for large cavalry to gallop through. This is because the only wide official road has already been destroyed by the Chaisang County magistrate under the command of the common people. Every 200 paces, a gully more than a zhang wide is dug out. If there is also a rather large spring rain, it will be even more disadvantageous for our advance. Reportedly, Su Gong's army is carrying a large amount of heavy crossbows from the Ministry of War's stockpile, as well as 1,700 sets of heavy armor. Among them, there are a total of 4,000 archers and divine arms. Naturally, they want to force us to dismount and fight while defending the Chaisang County town to the death. If we choose to go around the Chaisang County town and stagnate on that official road, it is very likely that we will completely lose our original initiative as a cavalry. In that case, we will be surrounded and have no place to advance or retreat. Against more than 60,000 soldiers who can freely retract their battle line, and the enemy's commander-in-chief is one of the few famous generals in Liang, Su Gong. Therefore, to us, whether or not we attack the Chaisang County town is just a bad plan. Chapter 1712. Hong Shuwen said cautiously, Your Highness, based on the geographical situation near Chaisang, if we take a detour to the north, we will have to take a big detour. Also, there is a city similar to Chaisang, Beigu City. However, if we change our route and go south quickly, we can kill the Qingzhou troops that have not yet arrived at Chaisang, and then pretend that we are at Jinggan Road. It will be more interesting. Now, everyone knows that Jinggan Road, from the King of Jing and Zhao Sun to the Minister of Economy, all three of them have a big gap with us in Bailiang. Even if Su Gong knows that our original intention is to change the battlefield, he can't bear the risk of chaos in Jinggan Road. He can only be led by the nose by us. As long as they leave Chaisang, especially when the Jizhou cavalry and the capital army are separated, then our chance will come. The only thing we need to pay attention to is the crossbowmen behind us. We need to kill more of the enemy's scouts that are hanging on the tail. Su Fengnian said innocently, Do I look like the kind of person who will not hesitate to go to war for revenge? Hong Shuwen did not say anything. Yuan Zuozong was the first to laugh strangely. You don't? The generals looked at each other in dismay, and then burst into laughter without giving any face. Su Fengnian had expected this, so he quickly smiled and said, If so, then we will do it to the end. Niu Qianzhu, you lead 1,000 cavalry to intercept the Western Shu army. Along the way, you can spread the news under the banner of reminiscing. After all, no one in the army believes that we are here to quell the rebellion. This will confirm their wild imagination. A tanned and burly man asked in a muffled voice, Your Highness, is 1,000 cavalry too little? Su Fengnian thought for a moment and nodded. Then let Pang Jianrui lead another 1,000 cavalry to support them and strengthen their momentum. The charcoal-like man hurriedly waved his hand and said, Your Highness, that's not what I meant. I'm just a lowly lieutenant. I've never led more than 2,000 soldiers in my entire life. I'm just using this opportunity to follow Your Highness around the Central Plains to pretend to be a general. I don't dare to compare myself with Your Highness. 2,000 is enough. If that doesn't work, I can ask old Pang to lend me 500. The more the man spoke, the lower his voice became. It was obvious that he was feeling guilty. Su Fengnian lifted his foot and was about to kick. The captain of the great snow dragon cavalry, Niu Qianzhu, hurriedly hid behind Pang Jianrui. Su Fengnian pointed his scabbard at Lieutenant Niu and said angrily, "Fine, I'll give you 2,000 cavalry, and I'll also lend you my Phoenix battalion. How about it? If you're still not satisfied, I can lend you Commander Yuan as well." Niu Qianzhu smiled awkwardly. "Forget about Commander Yuan. He only knows how to steal my limelight. 2,000 cavalry and your Highness Phoenix battalion is enough." "It's enough." Niu Qianzhu was kicked by Yuan Zhuozong, who was standing not far away. The short and sturdy Lieutenant Pang Jianrui asked, "Your Highness, the Qingzhou cavalry has already been wiped out when Zhao Sun went to help Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan. Now the 8,000 infantry is really not worth mentioning. I'm willing to lead 1,000 cavalry as the vanguard to open the way for the army." Niu Qianzhu said anxiously, "Old Pang, your Highness has already agreed to lend me your 1,000 men." Pang Jianrui turned his head and glared at Niu Qianzhu. Niu Qianzhu shrunk his neck in fear. Niu Qianzhu's body looked like two Pang Jianrui. But in the great snow dragon cavalry, he was also a captain of 1,000 cavalry. In front of Pang Jianrui, Niu Qianzhu was like a little wife meeting an evil mother-in-law. At this time, Yuan Zhuozong suddenly said, "I'll be the vanguard. 500 cavalry is enough." Pang Jianrui scratched his head. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to compete with the commander. Moreover, as long as one was a veteran of the great snow dragon cavalry, they all knew about the 10-year siege of Xiangfan City in Qingzhou. Yuan Zhuozong was the second commander of the Su family's cavalry after Wu Qi and Su Pu. That year, under Xiangfan City, the battle was so bitter that his cavalry had to be used as infantry. In the end, only 3 out of 10 remained. This was how Chu Lushan managed to conquer Shu. It wasn't that the Su family didn't want to transfer more cavalry, but that they had no cavalry available, whether it was cavalry or horses. Su Fengnian nodded. Then, he raised his cold blade and pointed at the 2 battlefields of Guangling Road where the 2 armies were in a deadlock. "After passing Su Gong's troops, the West Chu cavalry that we are going to support will break through here. It is located 30 li south of Guazi Island. The Wu general in charge of this battlefield is called Zhou Ran. His total strength reaches 20,000 and cannot be underestimated. Zhou Ran is experienced in using troops and is good at positional warfare. He has 2,000 cavalry under his command. At that time, our main force will be about 20 li northwest of Guazi Island. Here, near Xiangwei River, we will temporarily stop and station our troops. Zhou Ran will definitely send a large number of scouts to keep an eye on our movements. Not only that, because of our arrival, Wu Zhongshuan will definitely order the northern Lai County battle line to be moderately tilted to the south. Although the main general Yuan Jiada has less than 10,000 troops, his cavalry accounts for almost half of the total, more than 4,500 cavalry. This unit was once the vanguard of the southern Jiang army going north to quell the rebellion. Their combat power is obviously not weak. Yuan Zhuozong, you lead the main force to Guazi Island and push 30 li east along Xiangwei River until you reach Zhou Ran Station. Wang Buyuan, you will lead 2,000 cavalry directly between Lai County and Xiangwei River to cut off Yuan Jiada's main force's reinforcement route to the south. Cooperate with the main force and show that we are going to swallow Zhou Ran's 20,000 troops in one go. Song Jinshan, you will lead 1,000 cavalry and maintain a distance of 3 to 4 li from the middle army's right wing. Your main duty is to keep an eye on Zhou Ran's 2,000 cavalry and clean up Zhou Ran's scouts in the south. Once the Phoenix Battalion's whereabouts are leaked, or there are Wu troops chasing after them in the front line, if Zhou Ran's 2,000 cavalry get the news and go south to intercept them, you will bite them. Yuan Zhuozong and the 2 cavalry generals cupped their fists and accepted the order. Suddenly, a crossbowman came to report the military situation. Then Su Fengnian and the generals did not know whether to laugh or cry. They intercepted the military order that Su Gong's scouts passed to Qingzhou. They were ordered to follow the original route back to the big town of Huangwei City at the northern border of Jinggan Road. They were not allowed to go north without permission. Su Fengnian said helplessly, "If there is no accident, Shishu's side is almost the same. It seems that Su Gong is not willing to give us a chance to bluff." Su Fengnian did not think that he had succeeded just because he intercepted a secret letter. This kind of military order was not afraid of being leaked. Naturally, he would not send a single cavalry to deliver it. It was not too much to say that the more the better. However, Su Fengnian quickly ridiculed, "It is hard to say for Shishu. They may listen to the order and retreat. Then, they will retreat and wait for an opportunity. However, the words of the great king of Jing and should be more effective than the words of a vice minister. The Qingzhou troops may not listen to Su Gong's unreasonable orders. When Zhao Sun uses troops on the battlefield, he does not care about winning or losing. He only wants to show his loyalty." The commander of this troop was a trusted aide of the Prince of Jing An's estate. Before they set out, they must have received Zhao Sun's secret order. Even if they were to be suspected of being greedy and advancing prematurely, they absolutely couldn't leave behind the impression that they were afraid of death in the imperial court. This young king of Jing and deserves to be the most praised and virtuous vassal king in the imperial court. Niu Qianzhu and the other generals were a little confused. After all, the situation in the Central Plains did not concern these Bailiang generals who had been fighting outside the Great Wall for a long time. Only Yuan Zuozong nodded and sneered. "It is very likely that the Qingzhou troops will insist on going north. In the future, Zhao Sun's nickname of Vassal King of Death will live up to his name." Song Jinshan, a veteran general who had experienced the Battle of Xiangfan City, sighed and said, "I heard that the current Qingzhou navy is very unreasonable. However, from the short-lived appearance of the Qingzhou cavalry in the Guangling battlefield last year, regardless of their combat power, their bravery is quite similar to the past. No matter how much we hated Qingzhou and Xiangfan City, we still had to give a thumbs up to the Qingzhou troops. Such an opponent deserves our respect. In the end, we have such a wastrel vassal king. What a pity, what a pity." There was a moment of silence in the tent. Su Fengnian suddenly joked, "General Song, you are not insinuating anything, right?" Song Jinshan suddenly tilted his head and spat on the ground. This bold action of offending the superior frightened Niu Qianzhu, Pang Jianrui and the others. Soon Song Jinshan smiled brightly. "Zhao Sun, that little bastard, is not even worthy to carry the king's shoes." Su Fengnian patted the old general's shoulder heavily. "You are indeed an old soldier trained by Su Shao. You are good at flattering even when you are fighting." The smile on Song Jinshan's old face was exaggerated. He didn't forget to raise his eyebrows at Niu Qianzhu and the younger generation. The old man looked like he was asking for a beating. Clearly, he was telling the younger cavalry captains to learn from him. This old man is the real bootlicker. You guys are still too inexperienced. Su Yanbing opened the tent curtain. Su Fengnian nodded to him. Su Fengnian let the generals in the tent leave and then stood side by side with Su Yanbing outside the tent. Su Fengnian frowned and had an ominous feeling. There were guests coming from afar. They came from afar very quickly. Chapter 1713. The sun rose in the sky, shining brilliantly with the first rays of dawn. It was daybreak, and a flying sword had arrived before anyone else. Su Yanbing gazed into the distance and sneered. It seems like they don't come with good intentions. For the first time, Su Fengnian felt somewhat absent-minded. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have such a feeling of homesickness. It would be a joke to say that the other party's menacing approach made Su Fengnian feel apprehensive. Su Fengnian had experienced this kind of preemptive display of strength through the use of sword qi and sword intent. In fact, Su Fengnian had seen quite a few of the grandmasters who used the sword Dao in the world. From the earliest old Huang and the old man in the sheepskin fur coat, to Dong Tai, who killed a celestial with a flying sword on the shore of the East Sea, to Song Nianqing, who led his horse into the city to meet his death, to the ancestor of the Wu family's sword tomb, and so on. Su Fengnian had long reached the point where he was used to seeing such things. But for some reason, Su Fengnian felt somewhat uneasy when he saw the sword that flew 100 li across the sky and visited the army camp. It was the time when the sky and earth were white, and the hazy sky was like a sheet of Xian paper. That sword seemed to have written an extremely straight horizontal line on the Xian paper. Su Yanbing asked, "Your Highness, do you want me to go and stop it?" Although the sword qi is strong, it's still slightly inferior to Dong Tai's. At most, it's on par with Chai Qingshan's. It certainly won't delay the advance of our army. Su Fengnian said something irrelevant. It's West Chu's only remaining grandmaster of the sword Dao, Lu Dantian. Su Yanbing couldn't figure out what Su Fengnian was thinking, so he didn't act on his own. Since he had confirmed the other's identity, Su Yanbing didn't feel that Lu Dantian of West Chu could pose any threat. Even if the great snow dragon cavalry didn't have him and the young feudal lord, they still had Yuan Zuozong, who had been hiding his strength for many years, and the Wu family's hundreds of swords. If they really wanted to force their way in, even 10 Lu Dantians wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, Bailiang's cavalry heading south to the Central Plains was no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather to the cornered West Chu. Lu Dantian's sword was most likely the result of his interest as a grandmaster of the martial Dao. It only had the meaning of provocation and didn't have the intention to fight to the death. Su Yanbing was in the mood to watch the show. He smiled and said, "I heard that this person has been practicing the sword Dao since childhood and his aptitude is extremely poor. In his early years he searched all the sects in Dechu, but no one was willing to accept him as a disciple. Unexpectedly, he was a late bloomer. Relying on his stubbornness, he finally reached a high level in the sword Dao at the age of 40. Then he boarded a boat and watched the Guangling River and comprehended a sword. He ascended a mountain and watched the rising sun, another sword. But I heard that after West Chu was destroyed, he retreated into the mountains. This time, West Chu re-established the country, and most of the disciples of the family joined the army. He himself also left the mountain to serve as the commander of the imperial guards in the capital city of West Chu. This sword comes with the wind, and purple clouds rise. Presumably, this is the sun-watching sword technique that Lu Dantian coincidentally obtained at the age of 60. Su Fengnian's mood seemed to improve, but his smiling face was still somewhat forced. "I really admire these senior experts. Even admiring the scenery can increase one's power. I can't do it. I was beaten up by others." Su Yanbing jokingly said, "Wang, even if I hear this, I also don't feel good. We are a group of martial artists who have experienced the wars of the spring and autumn period. Haven't we all lived like dogs?" Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "It's the same. When I look at you Dilong and the others now, I also feel that I am an old Jianghu veteran." The sun rises in the east, and purple clouds come from the east. The 100-mile sword suddenly accelerated after reaching the halfway mark, drawing an extremely beautiful downward arc in the multicolored light. Su Yanbing narrowed his eyes and looked at the flying sword. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he opened his mouth and asked, "Wang Ye, what are you worried about?" Su Fengnian said softly, "I'm afraid that this trip will be in vain." Su Fengnian rubbed his hands to warm them. "Maybe I was wrong. I shouldn't have let my emotions affect my decision and brought the Bailiang cavalry to Guangling Road." Su Yanbing shook his head. "Wang Ye, if you think this way, then you are wrong." This time, when the cavalry left the border, Yan Wenluan, Gu Dezhu, Zhou Kang and the other old guys must have some concerns at first. They may not be as willing to support Wang Ye as Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan. But if it was Pang Jianrui, Niu Qianzhu and the other middle-level generals, this is a good job. They have endured in the northwest for 20 years. On one hand, people died on the front line, and on the other hand, they were mocked and ridiculed by the rear. This time, they can finally go to other people's doorstep and show off. In any case, they can vent their anger. Even if they die outside the pass in the future, they won't be too aggrieved. This is human nature. "Wang Ye, the flying sword is only 30 li away from here. Why don't you make a move?" Su Fengnian no longer had his previous melancholy. He smiled and said, "What harm is there in waiting a little longer?" Yuan Zuozong appeared in the distance. Su Fengnian waved his hand. The latter understood tacitly and went to order the great snow dragon cavalry to continue with their duties and not pay any attention to this uninvited guest. When the flying sword was about 10 li from the cavalry camp, it suddenly accelerated again. It was as fast as a young dragon crossing the river for the first time. The momentum was great. At first, there was the sound of firecrackers at the end of the street. It was only faintly audible, but very quickly, the sound became more and more ear-piercing. In the end, it was like thunder beside one's ear. Su Fengnian reached out with both hands, pressing down on the Baoyang saber and the crossing the river pawn at his waist. At the moment of mutual hostility, Su Fengnian suddenly let go of the saber hilt. At the same time, the tip of the flying sword that was originally heading straight for the camp was pressed down slightly and nailed into the ground. This half of the sword that was left in the ground was less than 10 steps away from Su Fengnian. The sword did not move at all, but there was still a purple sword chi lingering around the sword, flowing with brilliant colors. After a while, a tall old man in cotton clothes strode into the camp. The old man carried a long object wrapped in cotton cloth on his back. He stopped 50 steps away from Su Fengnian and Su Yanbing and looked around. The old man was clearly somewhat surprised. There was not a single soldier coming to entertain him. This made the old man, who originally wanted to fight, feel somewhat disappointed and resentful. The old man had white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard. His appearance had the elegance of a southerner, and his figure was like that of a northern athlete. He had the demeanor of a grandmaster. He glanced at the young vassal king whom he had heard so many times in the past 2 years and then snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the long sword that was nailed into the ground was immediately pulled out of the ground and returned to the black scabbard hanging at his waist. From the beginning to the end, Su Fengnian's gaze had been fixed on the object on the old man's back. This grandmaster of swordsmanship in West Chu had a status in Jianghu Indochu. He was similar to Liang Qi Jiaj, who later dominated Tai, and city with one sword. He was a figure of the same generation as the state preceptor Li Mi and the grand preceptor Sun Shiji. When Chao Changqing met this old man, he should also show some respect as a junior. Lu Dantian was full of qi. He asked in a deep voice even though he already knew the answer, "You are Su Fengnian, the king of Baoyang?" Su Fengnian slightly retracted his gaze and looked at the old man who seemed to be a bit questioning. He said in a gentle tone, "I am." Lu Dantian untied the rope and took off the object covered with cotton cloth. He erected it in front of him and sneered, "Surnamed Su, you don't even dare to take one sword from this old man. How can you be one of the 4 martial arts judges? What? Is it because you have 100 lackeys of the Wu family behind you, plus the 10,000 that Su Shao left for you?" Chapter 17:14. Liang Qi, how dare you come to our central plains to show off? Su Fengnian asked back, "Where is she?" LV Dantian, who did not get an answer, was furious. He suppressed his anger and said loudly, "It's none of your business, coward." After the old man's words, there were only occasional neighs of horses in the barracks. It was particularly quiet here. But the sword on LV Dantian's waist was trembling. The old man stared at the middle-aged man next to the young king as if he was facing a great enemy. Su Fengnian stretched out his arm in front of Su Yanbing and continued to ask, "If she wants to return the things, let her come by herself. Please take the things back." Lu Dantian very rudely interrupted him and sneered, "You little brat, are you even qualified to give orders to this old man? Are you qualified to give orders to His Majesty?" Su Fengnian said in all seriousness, "Senior, please return home." He emphasized the word, please. LV Dantian seemed to have heard a big joke. He gently rubbed the sword hilt with his thumb. "Do you know this old man's sword? It's the Mountain Sea Sword Furnace, originally named Dejiang. After the Battle of West Fortress, this old man changed its name to Sha Su. It's a pity that His Majesty personally went to war this time. Mida Chu's millions of soldiers were stationed at West Fortress. I heard that your Baoyang cavalry was about to enter Guangling. His Majesty didn't want to see you. He asked this old man to take the old things back to Baoyang. This old man is not allowed to kill. If not, the sword just now would have moved 5 steps forward." Su Fengnian frowned. "Are you done?" LV Dantian continued to provoke. "So what if I'm done? Do you dare to fight with this old man? If not, This old man will say 10 or 100 words. What can you, Su Fengyan, do? Su Yanbing said expressionlessly, in the Battle of the Western Fortress, 16 direct descendants of the Lu family died in the battle. More than 100 people from the Ma family died in the battle. LV Dantian's eyebrows and hair stood on end as the scar in his heart was exposed. His murderous intent rose in his heart as his 5 fingers clenched the hilt of his sword. Su Fengyan sighed and said, "You can go." LV Dantian bellowed, "Su Fengyan, as the king of Baoyang and one of the few great grandmasters in the world, why should he be afraid of a fight?" The next moment, LV Dantian was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to move or say a word. In front of his eyes, he was indeed right in front of the old man. His 2 fingers were like swords, and they were only an inch away from the old man's forehead. If Su Fengyan was able to cut off the young lord's head if he took 5 steps forward with the sword at his waist, then now he could cut off the young lord's head as long as he moved his fingers forward by an inch. The difference between their skills was like the difference between heaven and earth. At that moment, LV Dantian, who was caught off guard, finally understood a simple truth. The seemingly easygoing young man in front of him was not a pushover. Su Fengyan said slowly word by word, "Take the sword box back to the Western Fortress battlefield and return the great Liang Dragon Sparrow sword to Jiang and I. What do you think?" LV Dantian gritted his teeth and refused to speak even if he was beaten to death. Being humiliated like this and not being able to fight back made the West Chu swordmaster's heart dead. It turned out that there was a comment in the martial arts review that was true. As long as the martial artists in the world were not earth immortals, then even if they were celestial phenomenon cultivators, before Su Fengyan, Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, and Tuoba Bodhisattva, they would be no different from Xian Finger Vajra realm cultivators or even level 2 master realm cultivators. Su Fengyan retracted his 2 fingers. 100 miles flying sword, you have shown off your power. Next, please help me pass a message to your majesty. I, Su Fengyan, will go find her and tell her face to face. Although LV Dantian looked dispirited, he had no intention of backing down. He glared at Chu Yang and said sternly, "Su Fengyan, I have brought the thing here, and I will not take it away. If you have the ability, take the sword box and rush through Wu Zhongshuan's army's defense line. Rush through to Chu's heavy armor." Su Fengyan smiled. "Okay." Yuan Zhuozong smiled not far away. "Don't worry. Su Gong and the others don't need His Highness to personally kill the enemy." Su Yanbing smiled. "Do you want me or some of the Wu family's cavalry to accompany you?" Su Fengyan shook his head. "No need." Yuan Zhuozong and Su Yanbing looked at each other and smiled, nodding. Su Fengyan suddenly smiled brightly. "In today's world, where can't we go?" Su Yanbing clicked his tongue. "You really deserve a beating." Yuan Zhuozong had a deep expression on his face. Looking at Baoyang and the other 2's carefree attitude, LV Dantian, who was left aside, had a very strange feeling. It was not only the hatred of seeing the Su family's cavalry again, but it was also natural for a man to put himself in their shoes. Su Fengyan no longer paid attention to the Sword Dao Grandmaster who had mixed feelings. He turned around and tugged at the corner of the cotton cloth that wrapped the sword case with 2 fingers. He gently pulled it, revealing the true appearance of the red sandalwood sword case. His eyes revealed a hint of absent-mindedness, but soon his expression became firm. After thinking for a while, Su Fengyan muttered to himself, "Wait." After a short while, the man left and the box stayed. A burst of sound was heard in the sky, which was far more powerful than the previous muffled sound of LV Dantian and the sword. The loud sound was like 1,000 feet long firecracker in the sky, which was celebrating the old year for the Central Plains. LV Dantian was shocked. The old man then smiled bitterly and looked down at the long sword that had been hanging for 40 years. "Old man, I'm sorry." LV Dantian, who was in a daze, also left immediately after Su Fengyan. A thought came to the old man's mind. It was time to leave Jianghu for real. A long sword fell to the ground like a strand of hair in the majestic picture of the sky, the earth, and the land. Many years later, a nobody who decided to leave the battlefield of Guangling Taoism in his early years was lucky to find an abandoned sword in the mountains. Then, when he killed in all directions in Jianghu, the sword in his hand was the famous sword with the words, "Kill Su," engraved on it. Many years later, when this grandmaster of Jianghu in the south went to the north to challenge Yu Dilong, who was worthy of being called the most powerful person in the world, the sword in his hand was broken. It was also because of this that a traveling Confucian scholar, Go Yufang, who was on good terms with this swordsman, appeared in Jianghu for the first time and had the first battle with his destined enemy, Yu Dilong. After that, Yu Dilong and Go Yufang, who was regrettably defeated, made a 10-year promise. For the next 60 years, the two of them each dominated the world for 30 years. However, in the current Jianghu, Yu Dilong was only a scout of Yuzhou cavalry and Go Yufang was still a teenager who sold soup dumplings in Martial Emperor City. There were also the 4 peaks of Su Fengnian, Chao Changqing, and the 10 peaks of Jianghu, including Su Yanbing, Gu Jiantang, standing in front of the younger generation of Jianghu. At this time, Yuan Zuozong said worriedly, "Do you think His Highness will take a detour to Guangling River?" Su Yanbing nodded. "You mean to find Chen Zhibao first?" "I think he will." Then Su Yanbing patted Yuan Zuozong's shoulder. "Shouldn't Chen Zhibao be the one who should worry about his own situation?" Yuan Zuozong smiled knowingly. "That's true." The mountains and rivers of the Central Plains were magnificent. On the Guangling River, tall buildings and ships were flying in the wind. In the middle of the river, on a flagship that stood out like a crane among chickens, a man in white walked out of the cabin with a long spear in his hand. Plum wine. At this time, the river was surging. It was windy in the sky. Immortals were traveling south. Chapter 1715. The third chapter will come later. A group of over 50 elite cavalrymen galloped northward, each with strong and sturdy horses. This cavalryman was equipped with the best standard sabers of Liang imperial court. Judging from the dense white color of their quivers, one could easily tell that this cavalryman was an elite cavalryman. Every single arrow used on a horse bow was made from hard and dense eagle plumes. It was widely acknowledged by military experts that using eagle plumes as arrow plumes could provide the arrows with better wind resistance, thus making them more accurate. At the same time, in order to make up for the loss of shooting range, the archers were required to have a stronger pulling force. Therefore, only the best soldiers in the army were allowed to draw the bow with eagle plumes. Among the few cavalrymen who were most familiar with archery and horse riding, Bailiang used heavy crossbows and light bows, while Liang Liao and Ji Bei used a mix of bows and crossbows. Among them, Ji Bei cavalry, who was famous for producing a lot of archers, used bows more than crossbows. This cavalryman who was advancing northward was the disciple of Ji Bei border army. Half of the cavalrymen were born outside of Ji Bei border army. General Yang Shenxing, who had been the local tyrant in Ji province for more than 10 years, had always placed more emphasis on infantry. As a result, many of these cavalrymen who were good at archery had left their hometown through connections, and were now working in the army of Central Plains. When he left the border with his father, he was still a teenager. Now, he had already gotten used to the local customs of Qing province. Because his father had been promoted to a lieutenant in the Qing province army, he had never lacked wine, delicacies, rouge, and beauties. However, compared to the soldiers who were born and raised in Qing province, he had a father who was constantly watching over him. Due to his father's illness, he was able to escape from the calamity. This time, when the Qing province cavalry rushed to the battlefield to assist the Duke of Huainan, Zhaoying, they suffered heavy casualties. Because of that, he had to stay by his father's side because his father was seriously ill, thus he was able to escape from the calamity. This time, when the Qing province cavalry left the border, the commanding general was a good friend of his father. Because of that, he had purposely asked him to gather a group of elite soldiers who were good at riding and archery. Last night, the commanding general called him to the main tent and reminded him that the mounted scouts were not allowed to stray too far from the main army. Once they encountered the scouts of Bailiang's cavalry, they were not allowed to tangle with them and must retreat safely. At the end of the conversation, the commanding general even revealed that he was allowed to lead the troops away from the main army after the battle. This made him, who had always wanted to climb up the ranks to become a commanding general, feel grateful but also dissatisfied. The advancement of a local martial artist was originally very difficult. They could only do it step by step. Especially when they reached the rank of lieutenant, they would have to compete with their family background. With his family background, if there were no accidents, after 10 or 20 years of hard work, he would be able to become a lieutenant with a small amount of military power in Qing province like his father's generation in the past. Only the kind of military merit that could be presented on the table of the big shots in the Ministry of War could break the threshold and break the rules. As for whether the military merit came from the heads of Beimeng barbarians or Bailiang barbarians, he did not care at all. The snow had long melted, and the fields of early spring were overflowing with greenery. There were some unknown wildflowers by the side of the road, clumped together and nestled against each other. The fresh yellow flower buds had already sprouted, swaying in the warm spring breeze. As far as the eye could see, it was gentle and serene. It did not look like a battlefield at all. The hooves of the horse trampled on the soft ground, like a man using his palm to pat the tender skin of his lover, like a prostitute in a brothel knocking on a jade board with her red teeth. In a few more months, when the rapeseed flowers bloomed, they would spread out, and the scene of yellow flowers would fill everyone's vision. According to the spy report, there was still 1.5 days before they would officially enter the dangerous area patrolled by Bailiang scouts. However, at that time, the Qing province army would be able to join forces with Assistant Minister Su from the Ministry of War, and they would also have General Yuan's 10,000 G North Border Cavalry as the main mobile force to hold back the Bailiang army. No matter what, as long as they arrived at the designated location on time and cooperated with Assistant Minister Su, the Qing province army, which only had less than 500 cavalrymen, would not become the main enemy of Bailiang's cavalry during this period of time. On the other hand, the 20,000 Shu soldiers led by a little kid had a higher chance of being attacked by Bailiang's cavalry. However, right at this moment when the warm breeze was intoxicating, the body of the regimental commander who was leading the charge suddenly tensed up, and he said in a deep voice, "Enemy sightings. Northwest direction, 600 steps." After the regimental commander's reminder, only then did the cavalrymen notice that at the end of their vision, they could vaguely see a few motionless black dots. If they were to take a quick glance, they would just pass by them. The regimental commander's pupils dilated. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Unlike his father, who had been fighting for a long time at the border of G North, although he had earned himself the nickname of Tiger Chulin in the military arena with his outstanding martial arts, and even his father was no match for him, his father always reminded him that the battle on the battlefield was different from the normal battles in the military, and it was also not a friendly competition between the martial artists of Jianghu. Oftentimes, life and death were separated by a thin line. Originally, he did not pay much attention to it, but this time, when he followed the army, his father actually asked him to wear an armor and wield a saber. For the first time, his father also wore the old chainmail that he had stolen from G North's army years ago. On the training field at home, the father and son had a duel. When his father, who he had mistakenly thought was a toothless tiger, in the blink of an eye, his father had forcefully slashed his shoulder with a saber and placed the same saber on his neck. With just a little bit more force, he would be able to behead his father. At that moment, he finally understood what his father meant by exchanging a wound for a death. After the duel, when he bandaged his father's wound, his father told him earnestly that for an old soldier like his father, who did not come from a high family, to be able to live to this day, it was all because of luck. In the military, there were countless disciples from aristocratic families who thought they were pretty, but their corpses were dismembered the first time they fell into the enemy's trap. The regimental commander of the mounted scouts quickly caught up with them. His voice was trembling as he asked, "Regimental Commander Jiang, what do you say? Should we fight or not?" Regimental Commander Jiang exhaled, narrowed his eyes and said, "To be honest, the higher-ups do not want us to fight without permission. Even if we wipe out those 4 to 5 Bailiang barbarians, it might not be pleasing to them." Because the Qingzhou mounted scouts did not receive orders from their regimental commander, they did not charge in pursuit nor did they stop. Bit by bit, they closed the distance between them and the small group of Bailiang scouts. Perhaps influenced by the regimental commander's calmness, The originally nervous regimental commander also began to calm down. Although they were facing the Liangzhou crossbowmen, who were known as the best scouts in the world, their side had a total of 51 mounted scouts. Almost all of them were top-notch elites in the Qingzhou army. Previously, the regimental commander had complained that as a mounted scout, he had been strictly ordered by his superiors to majestically investigate the enemy's situation. It was truly unreasonable. However, on the one hand, the Bailiang cavalry was their imaginary enemy, and on the other hand, this was not the barbarians' territory. He believed that the Bailiang crossbowmen would not dare to penetrate too deep into the enemy's territory. Therefore, since they could not truly take on the role of mounted scouts, it did not matter whether or not they were able to display the full potential of their role as scouts. Now, it seemed that by accident, their superiors' excessive caution had instead become their fortune. 4 to 5 enemy heads, if divided up, would still be a considerable amount of merit, especially since the enemy was the Bailiang cavalry that had been boasting about being invincible for 20 years. He believed that no matter how stingy his superiors were, they would at least move up a rank or two, including him, up a rank or two. As a result, the regimental commander's face was ferocious as he looked 350 paces away. He did not know why, but there was still no movement from the riders. Could it be that they were scared silly? However, he could already see the enemy clearly. After the regimental commander confirmed that the enemy was only 5 riders and that there were no other hidden enemy troops nearby, he could not help but grin and say, "Commander Jiang Biao, a total of 5 Bailiang barbarian heads. Although it is not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth, a mosquito's leg is still meat. 3 heads are yours. Lao He and I will take 1 each." Commander Jiang Biao shook his head and said, "This is a good start. There will definitely be even greater merits in the future. For the time being, I do not lack this bit of merit and I am still young. However, Lao Song, you and Lao He are different. If you do not obtain enough merits in this expedition to the north, you can only retire from your pitiful position of deputy commander. Even if you guys don't complain, I will still stand up for you guys. Therefore, this time, each of you can only take 1 head." Commander Jiang Biao, who was nearing 40 years old, cupped his fists and said, "Lao Song is not pretentious. I will definitely remember this." The 2 groups of scouts were about 300 paces apart. They met on a narrow path. However, just as Commander Jiang Biao of Qingzhou gave the order to draw his bow, the 5 Bailiang scouts actually began to turn their horses around and began to retreat. They were not in a rush, not too slow, and they were moving with ease. Chapter 17:16. Deputy Old He's temperament was the most irritable out of all the scouts in Qingzhou. If it wasn't for the many times he drank and messed things up, he would have long been promoted to the position of lieutenant. Only then could he be considered to have entered the ranks of an official. Otherwise, no matter how valiant and good at fighting, he would not be treated well by the group of civil officials in Qingzhou. Therefore, in this battle, Old He was even more jealous than Jiang Biaozhang and Old Song of the same age. He wished that the warhorse under him could grow 4 more legs. Although Old He was no longer young, he was still strong with age. His arm strength was still astonishing. That bow was one of the rare 300-gene strong bows in the Qingzhou army. For an ordinary archer, shooting 20 times in a row on the battlefield was already the double limit of their arms and longbow. However, Old He's exaggerated arm strength and that high-quality longbow made by the craftsmen of Old Shu were enough to support Old He to shoot 30 times in a row with plenty of strength. The Bailiang crossbowmen's voluntary retreat gave the Qingzhou scouts a boost of courage. Old He clamped his horse's belly and roared, "Kill the enemy!" The 5 Bailiang scouts did not appear to be in a hurry. However, no matter how the Qingzhou scouts urged their warhorses to gallop forward, the distance between the 2 sides always remained about 150 paces, far out of the range of the horse bows. It was unknown who among the Qingzhou scouts was the first to shout, "Kill the barbarians!" Very quickly, shouts similar to "Kill the Bailiang barbarians!" rose and fell from the horse troop. The 5 Liangzhou crossbowmen turned their heads almost at the same time. Jiang Biaozhang felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The following scene quickly made this Biaozhang, who had been attacked by mounted archers on the border, feel both worried and relieved. He was worried that this battle would break out at any moment. He was relieved that the enemy, who was already at an absolute disadvantage in terms of military strength, had sped up and left, leaving behind only 4 riders to delay their pursuit. The 4 Liangzhou crossbowmen began to turn their horses around. It was a fact that the range of a horse bow was not as long as a foot bow. It was not that the Qingzhou army did not have light crossbows, it was just that there were not many of them. The hinterland of the Central Plains had been peaceful for more than a decade. With the Qing party, who was famous for their unity, controlling the military and politics of Jinggan Road, and with Wen Tai and the others speaking in court, Jinggan Road, especially Qingzhou and Xiangfan City, had always had comfortable days. Outside powers did not enter, and the entire Qingzhou was generally living a comfortable life behind closed doors. For a long time, in Qingzhou, where there were no wars and Qingzhou relied more heavily on naval battle power, the few good crossbows in the military inventory had gradually become the toys of the children of officials. To the Qingzhou cavalry who had come into contact with light crossbows, those things were not bad and were valuable items. However, they were too rare and troublesome to maintain. Furthermore, in terms of range, they were slightly inferior to a horse bow. When the Qingzhou mounted scouts were about 100 paces away, they drew their bows. They were shocked to find that the 4 riders had raised their arms and raised their crossbows at about the same time as them. In reality, if a horse bow was immediately fired from this distance, the accuracy was already rather difficult. If one wanted to break through the armor and injure the enemy, it would be even more difficult. Unless the arrow hit the face of the enemy, the effect would be very small. Thus, it had always been the military law of the Qingzhou cavalry to only shoot at about 70 paces. Deputy Lao He, who had the greatest strength among the mounted scouts, became the first powerful figure to shoot an arrow. Both sides took 85 steps. Lao He, who had drawn his bow like a full moon, shot an arrow with a bang and swiftly pierced through the air. It was a straight line that completely defied common sense. It was enough to show the terrifying strength of this scout. The Liangzhou crossbowman unconsciously bent his waist and moved his shoulder. The carving feather arrow that had shot through his chest almost brushed past his metal armor. Lao He, who had been full of confidence, was shocked. At 80 paces, the 4 Bailiang riders had not only raised their arms and raised their crossbows, they had already begun to shoot at the enemy riders. With a muffled pu sound, a Qingzhou mounted scout who had been preparing his bow suddenly fell backwards. A crossbow arrow nailed into his forehead, piercing through his skull. A young mounted scout who had hurriedly released a soft arrow because he was too nervous only saw a grain-sized black dot suddenly appear before his eyes. In the next moment his throat was pierced. He threw away his horse bow, his hands covering his neck as he fell off the back of his horse. Deputy Jiang tilted his head slightly. A Bailiang arrow drew a line of blood on his cheek. However, the hands of this well-known member of the Qingzhou cavalry didn't tremble in the slightest. Even though a Bailiang barbarian in the distance made a dodging stance, his entire shoulder was still pierced through the armor and into the flesh. Deputy Old Song of Qingzhou not only dodged the crossbow arrow, the first arrow's accuracy was also extremely accurate. It was just that the Bailiang rider facing him had bent over his horse's back, barely dodging it. Regardless of whether it was the Liangzhou crossbowman with the arrow in his shoulder, the rider who had bent over to dodge the arrow, or the 2 riders who had already killed someone, when the 3 leaders of the Qingzhou mounted scouts fired their second arrow, the other Qingzhou riders had already knocked their arrows and pulled back their bows. Their crossbow arrows had already been shot out. None of these 4 riders continued to target Deputy Jiang Biaozhang. As a result, 4 Qingzhou riders responded and fell off their horses. Without exception, they all fell from their faces and throats, enough to take their lives. However, most of the Qingzhou mounted scouts had already lost their heads out of fear. Not only did their accuracy greatly decrease, the opposing Bailiang barbarians were clearly extremely adept at dodging. As a result, apart from the master archer Lao He who succeeded in shooting a Liangzhou scout off his horse, even Deputy Old Song and Deputy Old Song's 2 arrows didn't succeed in killing the enemy. Deputy Jiang Biaozhang's arrow could be said to be exquisite. Not only did he not deliberately seek to kill with one shot, he even gave up on shooting at the person and directly chose to shoot at the warhorse's head. However, that Baoyang barbarian who looked like a sergeant had astonishing horsemanship skills. He only pulled the reins slightly, and the Liangzhou warhorse, which had a telepathic connection with its master, turned its head. As a result, that arrow only shaved off a large piece of flesh from the sergeant's thigh, temporarily reducing his combat strength. Deputy Jiang Biaozhang already had no time to worry about being frightened by the enemy cavalry's combat strength. He roared angrily, "Steady! If you don't have the confidence, then shoot the horse." He knew that after entering the 40th step, it was destined to be his side's most powerful and last arrow. Not only did the 3 Baoyang cavalrymen remain on their horses, but even the rider who fell off his horse and rolled on the ground to reduce the momentum also followed closely behind his 3 comrades. He shot the 3rd arrow while kneeling on one knee. Deputy Old Song's eyes were red with killing intent. His arm muscles bulged as he pulled the bowstring with all his might and shouted, "Die, barbarians!" However, a scene that made all the Qingzhou scouts feel awkward and suffocated happened. Except for the injured northern Liang barbarian who fell off his horse, after the other 3 crossbow-wielding cavalrymen shot the arrows, the horses tacitly changed their charging routes without any action from their masters. The seemingly negligible line was the difference between life and death. This scene taught Deputy Jiang Biaozhang 2 things. What was an old soldier at the border? What was a big horse of Liangzhou? All the Qingzhou mounted scouts who had already lowered their bows didn't have time to think. They subconsciously shouted the word "kill" in unison, drew their sabers, and spurred their horses forward. The Liangzhou mounted scouts, who had an extra round of arrows than the Qingzhou mounted archers, also began to silently draw their sabers and continue to charge forward. 3 cavalrymen against 41 cavalrymen. The disparity in numbers was too great. One side roared with all their might while the other was abnormally silent. Deputy Old Song and Deputy Jiang Biaozhang were practically working together, but they still couldn't completely stop that Baoyang corporal. It wasn't that the corporal's martial arts were better than the 2 of them. In reality, if it was a one-on-one fight, any one of the Qingzhou mounted scouts would have a higher chance of victory. This was especially true in a dismounted battle, where Deputy Jiang Biaozhang was more certain of victory. However, when the 2 of them expected both sides' horses to reach their limits, the Liangzhou warhorse suddenly accelerated again, displaying a tremendous explosive force that made the Qingzhou cavalry feel terrified and unfamiliar. It was precisely this explosive force that not only allowed that Baoyang corporal to dodge 2 sabers, he only had a bloody wound on his back from the Qingzhou mounted scout. However, he was still able to continue forward and break through the Qingzhou cavalry's formation. He directly and cleanly extended his arm and chopped off a Qingzhou mounted soldier's head high into the air. The 2 armies brushed past each other. Of the 3 cavalrymen, only that corporal managed to break out of the formation. 1 man and 1 horse, he slowed down, silently and alone turning his horse around, preparing for the next charge. After each of the 2 cavalrymen killed 3 cavalrymen, they had already died in battle. Meanwhile, that wounded Baoyang soldier who fell off his horse first, even before he died, he still fought on foot and on horseback. He killed a cavalryman with an arrow, killed another with a saber strike, and then was viciously rammed into his chest by a Qingzhou warhorse, collapsing into a pool of blood. Deputy Jiang Biaozhang, who had almost ground his teeth to pieces, turned his head to look at the last remaining Baoyang cavalryman, and then shot a glance at the half-dead cavalryman a dozen or so steps in front of the group. Baoyang barbarians used 3 cavalrymen to exchange for 15 cavalrymen under this elder's command. A total of 15 cavalrymen. This extremely resentful Qingzhou mounted scout drew his bow again, the arrow aimed at that wounded Baoyang soldier who was already lying in a pool of blood. It had only been a dozen or so steps. An arrow shot into that cavalryman's head. On the ground, only the eagle's feathers could be seen trembling. The Central Plains didn't only have scholars cursing Baoyang. Chapter 1717. Currently, in the middle and lower reaches of the Guangling River, the Qingzhou Navy had the advantage of looking down from above. It had always been Chao Changqing personally leading the Guangling Navy downstream. However, because the overall battle strength of the Qingzhou navy was not as good as the latter, they could only continue to be in a stalemate. It could be said that victory or defeat would only be decided outside the river. They could only watch as life and death were exchanged on the vast land north of Guangling. As a result, of the two people in charge of the Qingzhou navy, one of them, Wei Dong, who had the reputation of being the Dragon King, had already gone to the capital to meet the emperor. He had already gone to Zhao Yi's palace to become an honored guest and could be considered to have withdrawn. This made things difficult for the commander of the navy, Zhao Sun, who was only the king of Jing in name. The arrogant soldiers and valiant generals under the command of the southern conquering general Wu Zhongshuan did not take this young king seriously. Even the local officials did not like Zhao Sun, who had left their territory. As a result, Zhao Sun could only stay on a yellow dragon ship and refuse to receive guests. Of course, there was no one for the young king to refuse guests. It was said that every day, the fine wine that was bought from both sides of the river and sent to the ship had never stopped. Most likely, he was hiding to drown his sorrows. But in reality, not only was Zhao Sun not depressed, he was in high spirits. Other than having the beautiful woman who resembled the old Princess Jing'an by his side, Zhao Sun had a map of the Liangmang Pass and a map of the situation in Guangling hanging on the two walls of the cabin. Every day, he would move a chair to sit upright and still, pondering the future trends of the two battlefields. Although Zhao Sun knew that in the short term he was destined to be a ridiculous king of Jing with no soldiers, Zhao Sun had learned a skill from the old king of Jing, Zhao Heng, and that was to endure and lie dormant. And the advisor that the old king of Jing had left for him had taught Zhao Sun the second thing, which was to retreat in order to advance. The loss of the Qingzhou cavalry was equivalent to cutting off one of his own arms, but this allowed him to sit firmly on the throne of king of Jing and even have a slight surplus. After all, he had taken charge of the Qingzhou navy. The following sacrifice of the 10,000-strong Jinggan youths was the first time he had acted on his own initiative without the blind young man by his side. Zhao Sun was rather pleased. If the court had not sent Wen Tai and Ma Zhongxian, the two new border officials, to his territory, then it would have been even more perfect. Especially Wen Tai, this old Qingzhou official who was familiar with the Jinggan officialdom. After Hong Lingshu entered the capital, Assistant Minister Wen suddenly made a comeback after many years and returned to his hometown with the illustrious identity of the Jinggan king of Jing'an. As for Ma Zhongxian, after all, he was an outsider. The Qingzhou officialdom was famous for being xenophobic. Furthermore, it was a big taboo for the local military and political bosses to flirt with each other. It was unlikely that Ma Zhongxian would truly be on the same side as Wen Tai. Today, Zhao Sun was sitting under the wall again, holding the wine pot with two fingers and gently shaking it. He turned his head and smiled at the woman sitting on the chair next to him. Before that Mr. Lu betrayed me, he left a long letter of more than 10,000 words. In it, he mentioned the situation of Qingzhou in the middle and later stages of the Guangling War. He said that the next Jinggan Jingdao administrator might be Yuan Guo, who was abandoned by Zhang Lu in his early years, and the Jidushi would be Hong Lingshu, the local snake. As a result, you see, our Mr. Lu also has times when he sees wrong. The woman frowned. She didn't blindly agree with the young king to hit the counselor when he was down, but she didn't hide her lecturing tone. Mr. Lu worked hard for the prince 2 years ago. Even if he didn't finish well, he didn't do anything bad to you. So you shouldn't be so sarcastic to him. As the lord of a region, you should have the tolerance to match it. Zhao Sun wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "I was wrong." She sighed. It would be good if Mr. Lu still stayed by the prince's side. She was now secretly criticized as a female vassal king in the upper echelons of Qingzhou. Even Hong Lingshu speculated before leaving that it was this unknown woman who had whispered pillow talk to the young vassal king and squeezed out the blind counselor who had always disliked her. But whether it was her or Zhao Sun, they both knew that this wasn't the case. The person who really wanted Lu Su to leave Qingzhou was the young emperor sitting on the dragon throne in Tian City. They were about the same age and had the same surname. One was a young king wearing a python robe, while the other was a young emperor wearing a dragon robe. The difference was like heaven and earth. Zhao Sun knew that Lu Su didn't have a choice, but his feelings for Lu Su had always been very complicated and dark. There was both admiration and fear. He wanted to be a good friend, but he also wanted to convince this person. Zhao Sun raised the exquisite wine jug and took a sip. His smile deepened. The world doesn't know why Mr. Su is marching south, but I know. He loves beauties and not the country. In the past, I was indeed very jealous of him. Now that I think about it, why did he have to be like this? The woman he liked was the monarch of a country that controlled half of the Central Plains. But in the end, she was first coveted by the handsome disciple of the Song family. There were also countless officials in the court who helped to create momentum. When the situation was not good, Chao Changqing had to leave the navy. When the civil and military officials finally calmed down, she was put on the stove and had to personally lead the army. I just received a few spy reports. The great scholars raised by De Chu actually took the initiative to leak secret information to the outside world. That woman actually didn't go to the ancient battlefield of the Western Wall at the first line of defense. Instead, she was secretly imprisoned in the imperial palace. Each one of them was sanctimonious, saying that the ruler could not be in danger, just in case. But in reality, wasn't it because they were thinking that when the West Chu capital was breached, they could push their emperor out as a scapegoat for the civil officials? If they didn't have this priceless proof of allegiance, when West Chu's generals were all dead, as civil officials who rebelled with Chao Changqing, they wouldn't have any bargaining chips to make a deal with the Liang imperial court. At that time, would they have a way out? Zhao Sun sneered. I heard that a few of Wu Zhongshuan's valiant generals had all made a military pledge. Wu Zhongshuan also promised his confidants that whoever breached West Chu's capital city first, he, Wu Zhongshuan, would be able to ask His Majesty to punish the fallen Empress Jiangxi on her own. The one who breached the city would get the beauty. What a great bonus. No wonder almost everyone in the Nanjiang army on the Western Front is fighting like crazy. They don't care about the consequences. Other than the pitiful He Mao, who was beaten half to death by Su Yanbing in Te and city, no one else has such luck. From the #1 halberd user in the world, Wang Tongshan, to Tang He and Li Chunyu, all of them have spent all their money on their subordinates. There were even some who didn't hesitate to take risks and secretly borrow large amounts of money from local officials. Wu Zhongshuan naturally turned a blind eye to this. Zhao Sun rubbed his chin and gloated. Wang Tongshan, who was heavily relied on by King Xiaobing in the past, actually left the old Du Mountain battlefield that he was in charge of when he heard that Jiangxi was personally leading the troops to the front line of the Western Wall. He only led 18 elite cavalrymen and charged 300 li to the north. He even broke through the formation of the two armies by himself and unexpectedly broke through the formation by 200 steps. There were no less than 100 West Chu generals who died under his halberd, and all of them died miserably. TSKSK. It's a pity that Wang Tongshan only found out afterwards that the woman was not the Empress of West Chu. But after this battle, I'm sure you've heard of Wang Tongshan's famous words. Although it's a little vulgar and indecent, it did express the thoughts of many men in the world. Haha, little Jiang girl, I'm General Wang Tongshan. I have a large halberd in my hand and a small halberd in my crotch. I've heard that your swordsmanship is not bad. Do you dare to fight with me, Wang Tongshan? I'll make you admit defeat on and off the bed. When Zhao Sun said this, he couldn't help but laugh so hard that he almost cried. But his eyes were gloomy, as if he was saying, so what if Su Fengnian is the leader of 300,000 cavalrymen? So what if you're one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts evaluation? Can you really break through several Liang battlefronts to save your woman? Unlike the king of Jing and who was overjoyed, Zhao Sun's eyes were gloomy. She was also a woman, so she naturally felt sad. In this chaotic world, how many women, especially beautiful women, could escape from calamity by sheer luck? Zhao Sun considerately leaned forward and patted the back of her hand. His eyes were gentle as he said, "Don't worry. I, Zhao Sun, will not let you down in this life." Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly stood up and dragged Zhao Sun up from the chair in an almost unreasonable manner. Then, she shielded him behind her. Chapter 17-18. When she saw the familiar yet strange back, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face turned pale, and her body began to tremble violently. So much so that her 5 fingers clenched the young lord tightly. Zhao Sun's face was full of pain because of the pain, but just like her, when he saw the back, he forgot the pain in an instant and only felt fear. Like fish, insects, and mayflies suddenly saw a flood dragon crossing the river. It was a tall and slender figure, 2 blades hanging from his waist. He was currently standing under the opposite wall, one hand resting on the edge of the chair, his head raised as he looked at the somewhat crude map of Liangmang Pass. She bit her lips so hard that blood oozed out, but she didn't realize it. King of Jing'an and Zhao Sun's backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. The uninvited guest who shouldn't have appeared here didn't turn around. He just continued to stare at the map and slowly said, "We are all acquaintances. Seeing that you are chatting happily, I didn't want to disturb you." Zhao Sun really hoped that he could straighten his back at this moment, even if he could say a few words of courage. But even he himself found that his teeth were chattering when he spoke. "Why are you here?" The man's tone didn't change at all. "I was originally looking for Qin Jibao. I just found that you were nearby, so I came to say hello. If it weren't for you, King of Jing'an, who revealed the secret, this king really wouldn't know that she actually didn't appear at the west wall defense line." The more this person talked about the old days calmly, the more she and Zhao Sun felt that their guts were going to explode. This person even dared to kill the heavy cavalry that appeared in the capital. He even dared to kill the celestial immortals that the imperial astronomer respectfully worshipped for hundreds of years. He came to visit silently, so how could he kill 2 people silently? Zhao Sun didn't know where his courage came from. His eyes were red, and he suddenly shouted at the back of the figure, "Su Fengnian! You dare to kill me?" Su Fengnian turned around and pulled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. That kind of look made the young king of Jing'an feel even more indignant and humiliated. "Are you really going to kill the vassal of Liang and publicly declare a rebellion?" Su Fengnian asked, "Is the vassal King Zhao of Liang very valuable?" Zhao Sun's expression was uncertain. Su Fengnian added, "The first 2 Jing and palace consecrators to arrive are dead just now. As for those death warriors and retainers from the prince's mansion, even if the yellow dragon worship is packed with people and stacked into a human pyramid, will it really be enough for this king to kill?" Zhao Sun finally broke down and staggered back a step. The young vassal king of Liang, who was the first to succeed in inheriting the throne, tried to take another step forward, but he just couldn't do it. When Su Fengnian appeared in front of Zhao Sun in an instant, the woman was still trembling and didn't have the courage to make a move. She didn't even have the courage to slightly raise her arm. Su Fengnian reached out and grabbed the dignified king of Jing'an by the neck and lifted him off the ground. "The reason why I didn't kill you today is because a good-for-nothing like you would be more useful to the Zhao family of Liang than dead. Zhao Sun, tell me, Zhao Heng used his old life to help you fight for your inheritance. Isn't that a loss?" Zhao Sun, whose eyes were bloodshot, grabbed that arm with both hands, but his hands were powerless and his efforts were in vain. Su Fengnian carried Zhao Sun out of the cabin and came to the railing. He lifted him up high and smashed the king of Jing'an into the water. The strength of the throw was so great that it created a large splash on the surface of the Guangling River. This was already the 2nd time Zhao Sun had become a drowned rat. The last time was when the king of Jing'an was His Royal Highness at the Lake of the Spring Deity. This time, he was already a vassal king and it was at the Guangling River. The woman, whose real name was supposed to be Shu Xiu, was wearing the root-shaped face that she had painstakingly made. She stood not far away with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She didn't dare to look at Su Fengnian and said in a trembling voice, "His Royal Highness." Suddenly realizing that this young man was no longer His Royal Highness, Shu Xiu hurriedly whispered, "Prince, Shu Xiu didn't let down Bailiang all these years." The news of Lu Su leaving Qingzhou was also passed to the Fu Shui room by this servant. This servant just didn't. Speaking to this point, she couldn't say another word. She waited for a moment, but the king of Bailiang didn't make a killing move. She then raised her head and saw him looking into the distance. His gaze focused on a particularly majestic yellow dragon ship. She gritted her teeth and jumped into the river. Su Fengnian didn't pay any attention to Shu Xiu's actions and disappeared in a flash. The ship under his feet suddenly sank more than 10 feet. Huge waves surged on the surface of the Guangling River, rumbling loudly. The movement was so great that even a nearby ship began to sway incessantly. On the ship about 2,000 feet away, the white-clothed man who rarely appeared in the Navy's field of vision, the famous king of Shu, stood at the bow of the ship. In his hand he held the world's second most famous spear, the plum wine. Above the river, a figure appeared in the air that was still higher than the ship. Qin Jibao's wrist shook. Although the plum wine spear used the end of the spear as the spearhead to stab into the air, the spearhead that was temporarily held in Qin Jibao's hand had already turned from green to purple. With the ship as the center, the river surface within 100 feet was like hundreds of flood dragons rolling together. Today's Guangling River, which didn't have much wind, suddenly had giant waves that reached the heavens appear out of nowhere. And in the sky that Qin Jibao's spear point was pointed at, a hole was opened in the clouds. Sunlight spilled through and fell on the earth, forming a giant pillar of light visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the plum wine in Qin Jibao's hand went from vertical to horizontal. Not only that, the spear in the middle was pressed against his arm. A spear that crossed the river chopped down on the plum wine. After a brief moment of silence, the giant ship that Qin Jibao was on had no more buildings. All of the buildings on the deck had been smashed to smithereens by the boundless qi that was sent flying in all directions. The spear that crossed the river pressed down. Qin Jibao and the plum wine didn't move at all. However, the already broken ship sank even further, like a sinking ship that was rapidly leaking water. Very quickly, there was no trace of the ship on the Guangling River. Qin Jibao seemed to be standing on the surface of the water, holding the spear horizontally. The yellow dragon warships of the Qingzhou Navy all around swayed and slid backwards. The few warships that were the main force of the Navy, the Swan Ni, showed signs of capsizing, not to mention the smaller ships that showed their diameters. They were directly upside down on the surface of the Guangling River. Qin Jibao's expression was as usual. Looking at the empty river surface 100 steps away, he twisted his wrist. Finally, for the first time, he was facing an enemy with a spear. Plum wine's spear body was surrounded by green and purple qi. Under the sunlight, the spearhead was like a rainbow glass. The sleeves of the white-clothed war saint were already in tatters. Moreover, under the mountain-like impact of the spear that crossed the river, the arm that was blocking the plum wine was already slightly bleeding. In Qin Jibao's line of sight, Su Fengnian was standing on the surface of the river. The Bailiang blade hanging from the right side of his waist was still sheathed. The present Jianghu already knew that the new Liang King Su Fengnian's true trump card was the blade in his left hand. So when his right hand pulled out the blade hanging from the left side of his waist, it signified that the true difference between life and death was in the next moment. Qin Jibao calmly said, "I didn't expect this." He was far from being injured to the core, and Su Fengnian was even more so. But even so, in the first exchange of blows between the two martial grandmasters, that yellow dragon ship had been easily pressed into the water by Su Fengnian with a single strike. Just how much power did it take to completely push a giant ship floating on the river surface into the water? To watch the battle from the side? To watch the fire from across the river? To clap and cheer a few times and give some pointers? The battered and exhausted Qingzhou Navy did not lose their minds. They scattered in all directions, not even caring about saving people. Qin Jibao, his white robes fluttering, laughed. "When you return to your peak, when I become a saint, it won't be too late to fight. Of course, if you can get there first, I won't run. If I am faster than you, you won't be able to escape either." Su Fengnian did not speak. This new Liang King only used the unsheathed blade in his left hand to tell the white-clothed war saint that there were some things that you, Qin Jibao, could not decide. On this day, the great Guangling River, the 100 li of river surface, was like two celestial giants striking the water with hammers. The sky was dim and the earth was dark. There were unofficial records in later generations that the Guangling River's water flowed backwards on this day. A white-clothed king of Shu sat cross-legged on a broken ship that undulated with the waves. The plum wine casually rested on his knees. The river surface was calm and the sleeves of his robes fluttered, making this king of Shu, who commanded troops like a god, seem even more like an immortal. His heart was slightly shifted to the left, dripping with blood. Chen Zhibao gently placed his hands on the plum wine, neither sad nor happy. He looked up at the sky in silence. He withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to look at the river. Occasionally, a river carp swam quickly near the deck of the ship. This white-clothed war saint, who seemed to have never had any friends, and who had never met with anyone honestly, suddenly thought of a story he had heard when he was young. "You are not a fish. You are not me." On the distant northern shore, there was a young man with two blades again. After crossing the south, he returned to the north. He headed north to see her. It would be good to see her. But before seeing her, he had to kill someone first. Wang Tongshan. Chapter 1719. The front line of Old Du Mountain in Guangling Road was the main attack direction of the Nanjiang army. It was also the key defense area of one of the main forces of West Chu, the 40,000 troops. Therefore, Wu Zhongshuan sent Wang Tongshan, the first person in the Nanjiang army, to be in charge of the battle here, to prevent the West Chu rebels led by Pei Sui from causing trouble. Although Wang Tongshan did not have an advantage in terms of military strength, he only had 20,000 infantry. However, the mountainous Nanjiang Road did not have a large-scale cavalry. Although Wu Zhongshuan had a cavalry army built with a lot of money, it was previously cheated by Zhao Zhu, the crown prince of Yanqi. It was equivalent to not returning alone. Wu Zhongshuan, who had betrayed Nanjiang and surrendered to the imperial court, did not fuss over every ounce. Wang Tongshan's 20,000 infantry were the most elite infantry under Wu Zhongshuan's command except for the 6,000 personal troops. They absorbed many southern tribes and were the most valiant and fearless. It was because of Wang Tongshan's bravery and his subordinates' willingness to die in battle that Wu Zhongshuan, who valued military discipline the most, did not directly punish Wang Tongshan, who ignored military law. Instead, he let this valiant general redeem himself on the battlefield of Old Du Mountain. In the main general's tent, a burly middle-aged man was bare-chested. He raised his head and poured wine into his mouth. Drinking wine was not enough to describe this person's heroism. The wine splashed everywhere and flowed all over his body. Under his feet was the back of a naked woman. There was a scarlet halberd on the ground beside him. Drinking wine and women were forbidden in the army. In any army of the Liang dynasty, these were two ironclad rules. However, it was obvious that this person did not take it seriously. He drank wine and played with women as usual. However, as long as there was a battle, he would take the lead. It was not that he wanted to win people's hearts. The reason was simple. He liked to kill people. So much so that he, who was originally the general of the south, had to be personally sent to the northern border by the crown prince of Yanqi to be Wu Zhongshuan's subordinate. In Nailan Yusi's words, if he continued to kill, the southern tribes would be wiped out in less than 3 years. He was undoubtedly a legendary figure with an extremely notorious reputation in the southern border. He was illiterate and extremely vulgar, but he liked to pretend to be cultured. He invited, or more accurately said, kidnapped, several scholars to be his doghead military counselors. He even gave himself the absurd nickname of General Joy, because he was not happy without women, he was not happy without wine and meat, and he was even more unhappy without people dying. The two catchphrases that he often said were, "Fatty Chu in Bailiang is only half a villain compared to me," and "Cheng Baishuang Ji Lu, and is only half a master compared to me." The first sentence was hard to say. After all, one of them was in northern Liang while the other was in southern Jiang. The second sentence was without a doubt. He was not boasting. He once ran directly to the gate of the Dragon Palace, one of the top 10 sects in the world, with his halberd and clamored for Palace Master Ji Lu, and to obediently hand over Lin Hongyuan and serve him for 3 nights. Otherwise, he would massacre the entire Dragon Palace. In fact, when Lin Hongyuan left Nanjiang, she disguised herself and went to the snow villa by the Spring God Lake to participate in the martial arts circle convention. To a large extent, she wanted to avoid this person's pestering. At that time, if Cheng Baishuang, the recognized #1 master in Nanjiang, did not pass by the Dragon Palace, even if Ji Lu and the master behind the Dragon Palace was Nailan Yusi, they could not escape. This person was Wang Tongshan, the #1 halberd user in the world and the #1 general in Nanjiang. In front of Wang Tongshan, who was drinking with his head raised, stood a thin old Confucian scholar who had to wear iron armor. He looked straight ahead and did not dare to look at the woman at the foot of Wang Tongshan. He carefully reported the latest battle situation to the general. I just received a secret report from the capital of West Chu. The source is quite reliable. It is a letter written by a left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The letter says that Xie Shibian has secretly come to the front line of Laodu Mountain. But it seems that he only brought 200 or 300 cavalry. I guess that he came to stabilize the morale of the army. After all, he still needs to show up at the West Wall to control the situation. With the general here, it is only a matter of time before West Chu loses Laodu Mountain. Xie Shibian would rather defend the West Wall battlefield than waste his troops here. Wang Tongshan was indifferent to Xie Shibian's movements and the advisor's flattery. He lifted his foot and stepped on the poor woman's snow-white back. He asked with a smile, "Old Zhang, if I say that I will give this beautiful woman to you, will you accept her?" The old Confucian scholar hurriedly bowed. I don't dare to." Wang Tongshan grinned and said, "Oh, I didn't know that old Zhang was a gentleman. Don't you scholars often say that a gentleman doesn't take what others like? I think you are a genuine gentleman. I am very pleased to have an advisor like you." The counselor surnamed Zhang's face turned pale. He bent down even lower and muttered in fear, "General, I'm not a gentleman. I'm just an old man with a bad reputation. I've ruined your reputation. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." Wang Tongshan laughed heartily. Good. What a good old man. Compared to my General Huan, you are thousands of miles away. But as an official under my banner, you are barely qualified. Speaking of which, you don't even let your own daughter-in-law go. You deserve to die, but you are lucky to have met a general who treats his subordinates the most. Although the old advisor lowered his head and continued to flatter, there was no resentment or indignation on his face. It was Wang Tongshan who forced him to be the infamous old man who had ruined his reputation in Nanjiang. Otherwise, his family of 60 people would all become targets on the martial arts field. He did not dare to die. Even his daughter-in-law with a miserable background did not dare to commit suicide. That woman eventually became a lunatic. She was the one who drove herself crazy. Wang Tongshan's eyes were gloomy and showed a hint of killing intent. But after hesitating for a moment, he curled his lips and said with a smile, "Since you don't want her, and I am tired of playing with this woman, she can die." Wang Tongshan's words were understated. It seemed that he stepped lightly, but he broke the woman's spine. Her body fell limp to the ground. For the woman who had a cloth skirt and a wooden hairpin, as well as a wife and children, it was probably better to be dead than alive. Wang Tongshan didn't even look at the corpse. He stared at the back of the old Confucian scholar whose clothes were soaked. This made Wang Tongshan feel satisfied, so he fiercely gulped down another mouthful of liquor and then shook the wine bag. It turned out that he had unknowingly drunk all of it. Wang Tongshan casually waved his hand and the goatskin wine bag heavily smashed onto the old man's head. Seeing the pitiful person still dizzy and disoriented sitting on the ground, Wang Tongshan sneered in his heart. Aren't you scholars the leaders of the southern border's literary world? Aren't you unyielding? Didn't you point fingers at me, Wang Tongshan, behind my back? Didn't you think that you could scold me after escaping to Jianzhou in the north of Nanjiang? I just want to let you know that our Nanjiang is not the Bailiang Road under the rule of Lame Su. I, Wang Tongshan, am not an old cripple who has no ambition. Scholars who dare to gossip beside my ears will be better off dead. Zhao Zhu, that little bastard, wanted to kill me for a long time. What was the result? Didn't I change places and continue to be a happy general? That kid even dared to assassinate me personally. What was the result? Wasn't it because Nalin Yusi sacrificed more than 20 elite men of sacrifice to protect him and escape? Wang Tongshan asked the old man who had a more broken spine than the dead woman under his feet to get out. Then he leaned against the big chair alone and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Wu Zhongshuan joining the imperial court was a good thing. He might be able to rely on this battle of Guangling to shock the world, rising from the barren south border to the court of Great Peace City. In the future, it would not be an extravagant hope for him to become a great general. Cruel and bloodthirsty? Strict in governing the army? Wang Tongshan believed that as long as he had the heaviest halberd in the world in his hand, even if he left the southern border alone without bringing a single soldier with him, not only would the imperial court of Liang try their best to recruit him, any army would also offer him their military power. Wang Tongshan laughed. But the most important thing now was to break through the defense line at Old Du Mountain, drive straight into the hinterland of Guangling Road, and reach the capital of West Chu in one go. I don't care if you, Wu Zhongshuan, will intercede with the son of Zhao family. I, Wang Tongshan, will eat that beauty surnamed Jiang first. Then I will completely stand on my own. You, Wu Zhongshuan, can become the Minister of War through your connections. I'm not stupid. I can also temporarily bow my head and flatter a few words. As long as I make the young son of Emperor happy, and with the foundation of breaking through the rebellion in Guangling Road, the title of Great General will definitely be mine. Wang Tongshan's smile grew wider. Thinking of the gossip, he was even happier. Not only was Jiang Si the Empress of West Chu wearing a dragon robe, but she was also rumored to be the woman the king of Bailiang liked. Wang Tongshan snorted coldly and reached out to grab the halberd beside him. What bullshit for grandmasters. Ji Lu, who is in the Finger Xian realm, only needs 3 halberds. Awarding you 30 halberds should be enough, right? At this moment, an armored lieutenant strode into the tent. Wang Tongshan was furious, but before he could vent, the middle-aged lieutenant who was usually good at observing people's expressions cupped his fists and said, "General, 3 teams of scouts have reported back one after another, saying that a young man is heading towards our army's encampment." Wang Tongshan lazily squinted and said, "Oh? How many soldiers and horses did he bring? Is there 5,000? The lieutenant had a strange expression. "General, there is only one person. Our scouts have already carefully checked the surroundings. There are no ambushes." Wang Tongshan glared and said, "Did water enter the brains of those scouts? One head is not a military merit. Could it be that all of them have become kind-hearted and are starting to care whether that guy is a commoner or not?" The lieutenant's expression became even more strange. He swallowed and said, "General, that young man kept saying that he wants to see you. He even dared to mention your name. Our scouts are afraid that he might be an old acquaintance of yours. After all, this lieutenant was a trusted aide who had worked hard even if he didn't have any merits." Wang Tongshan didn't kill him wantonly. He just laughed and said, "What old acquaintance do I have?" Chapter 1720. The lieutenant seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly said, "General, it is reported that there are 2 blades hanging from the young man's waist. One of them is very similar to the Bailiang blade, but it is different from the Su Wu Dao that we are familiar with. Our scouts are also not sure." Wang Tongshan was finally interested. He sat up slightly. "Oh, perhaps it is the 6th generation of the Su family's blade. Let me think carefully. Does he have any friends related to the Bailiang? The key point is that he is very young." The lieutenant wanted to add that the scout had said that the person was very handsome, but he hesitated. He really did not dare to draw legs on a snake. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded through the army camp. Wang Tongshan. This time, it was unknown where and from who had called out the name, but it was enough to make the 6,000 soldiers nearby thunderous in their ears. The most frightening thing was that the person's tone was clearly extremely calm, as if he had met an acquaintance on the street and casually greeted them. But at this moment, the person's 3 words actually had a faint echo. Wang Tongshan subconsciously tightened his grip on the great halberd that the master craftsman of Nanjiang had spent many years crafting. His face had a rare gloominess. Wang Tongshan let go of the great halberd and said calmly, "They are about 2 miles away. Pass down the order. Mobilize 300 elites to probe. The one who beheads them will be rewarded 10,000 taels of silver and promoted by 3 ranks." The lieutenant accepted the order and turned to leave. Just as he was about to reach the curtain of the large tent, he heard Wang Tongshan order again. The 600 cavalry that will be used in the future to chase down the defeated troops of Old Du Mountain will also be dispatched. They will be placed behind the infantry. The lieutenant cautiously asked, "General, how should we arrange the camp?" Wang Tongshan sneered and asked, "Is there a need?" The lieutenant, who knew that he had provoked a great misfortune, hurriedly left the tent. Wang Tongshan slowly stood up. When he stood up, he was even more like a small mountain. This unparalleled Nanjiang general said to himself, "Those who do not have good intentions do not come." But who is the young man related to Bailiang? Su Yanbing? His age does not seem like it. Yuan Baixiong must be the commander of the great snow dragon cavalry. Could it be that young vassal named Su? There was no reason for that. Why did they ignore Su Gong and Yuan Tingshan's armies? Could it be that this guy is really related to the Empress of West Chu? Was that little girl really brought to Bailiang by the old cripple? Wang Tongshan's face was full of disbelief, and he laughed involuntarily. "Or, you, Su Fengnian, have come to make trouble for me alone just because of what I said before the battle?" Wang Tongshan sneered. Very well, it would be a great contribution if he could kill the king of Bailiang who was seeking his own death. He believed that in the heart of the young emperor of Great Peace City, he would feel better than killing 100,000 West Chu rebels. Wang Tongshan pulled out his halberd and strode towards the door. However, he suddenly stopped and turned around to put on the armor. This invincible enemy of 10,000 men on the battlefield told himself that this was nothing more than being careful. About 1.5 miles south of the camp, a young man with 2 sabers on his back was walking unhurriedly from south to north. He was coming in a straight line. 300 strong infantrymen were in a formation and blocked the path. At the gate of the camp, Wang Tongshan was riding on a tall horse. He held his halberd and his face was dark. Half an hour later, a scout captain came back on his horse. His face was pale like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He dismounted and knelt on the ground. "General, that person is a martial arts expert, it is true. He just slowly walked towards our infantry formation. He did not pull out his saber or attack. All the sabers and spears that approached him were automatically repelled. The more they used, the stronger the rebound. There were even a dozen iron spears that broke on the spot. General, our infantry cannot even get close to that person." "Trash!" Wang Tongshan roared and stabbed the scout in the chest with his halberd. The halberd lifted the scout's dead body high into the air and then threw it to the ground. About half an hour later, the scouts retreated from the front line in a hurry. A man who looked like a captain was at least 20 steps away from Wang Tongshan. He said in a trembling voice, "General, the 600 cavalrymen couldn't get close to him either. 7 or 8 cavalrymen tried their best to ram into him, but they were all smashed into pieces. After that, the cavalry opened up a distance from 80 to 30 steps away. Arrows rained down, but those arrows seemed to have hit a wall and broke with a bang." Without waiting for this commandant to finish speaking, Wang Tongshan urged his horse forward. That commandant tried to roll and crawl away, but Wang Tongshan just happened to tighten the reins and raise his horse's hooves high before stomping down on that commandant's chest. Wang Tongshan was as strong as a mountain. Coupled with the weight of the horse, the 2 heavy hooves of Wang Tongshan penetrated the captain's chest. Wang Tongshan was enraged. He was ready to fight. A demonstration. This was a demonstration to Wang Tongshan. The clearest and most efficient method, but it was also the most shocking. Raising his halberd, Wang Tongshan turned his head and pointed at a lieutenant. "Let the 2,000-foot soldiers form a formation in front. If you have the ability, let him walk all the way here. I'd like to see how powerful this bastard is." When Wang Tongshan's personal infantry got into formation to resist the enemy was only half a li away from them. The young man had already clearly seen the face of the tall general. Wang Tongshan also clearly saw the appearance of the young man. Almost immediately, Wang Tongshan confirmed his identity. The king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian. Wang Tongshan's breathing began to quicken. The 2,000 southern border armors had deliberately decreased the width and increased the thickness. Su Fengnian, who had been walking slowly, began to walk faster and faster. Many years ago, Great P City's Master Lu Hao had used this unique method to break into the city. He had almost seriously injured Luo Yang, who was at the peak of martial arts at that time. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tongshan saw the young king standing less than 10 steps away. Behind him was a ghastly and bloody path. The infantry formation had been split in half, creating a path that was 6 meters wide. It was like an immortal had cut open a mountain. Alone, in a straight line, he had cut open a large formation. There was not even a trace of blood on his body. The young man did not hold the hilt of his sword at this time. He just asked indifferently, "Scared?" Wang Tongshan held his breath and was not in a hurry to attack. He was not stupid enough to answer the young madman's question. The battle between masters, in the end, was a battle of qi. Being able to circulate the qi in one's body for 800 miles in an instant was a realm that all Jianghu masters dreamed of. It was said that in the past 100 years of Jianghu, before Su Fengnian, Deng De, who returned from a visit to the Immortals, and Chao Zhangqing, who went from the Confucian way to the tyrannical way, only the sword god Li Chungang from 60 years ago and Wang Xianji after that could easily achieve this. They even had the chance to break the legend of 900 miles in one breath. It should be known that Wudong's ancestor Lu, who deserved to be called the number 1 in 1,000 years, once had a prophecy: the length of a breath is not more than 1,000 miles. Ngao Shulu, who divided the first grade into 4 realms, had a conclusion: the length of a human's qi is a celestial being. Su Fengnian said, "I heard that you, Wang Tongshan, are a match for 10,000 people on the battlefield. Then I guess you are not afraid. If it was me, it would be difficult for me to kill 10,000 people standing still." The captains in the distance did not even dare to breathe. Was this the demeanor of a great grandmaster, one of the 4 wushu judges? Even though they were in the enemy camp, they still felt a kind of heartfelt emotion. This young king of Bailiang was really domineering. Wang Tongshan, who was wearing heavy armor, suddenly fell down. After his qi sank into his dantian, his mount could not bear the burden. Almost at the same time, Wang Tongshan swept out his halberd. There was a strange sound like silk being torn apart in the air. Su Fengnian did not draw his saber. He had taken off his scabbard and held it upside down on his left shoulder. The halberd hit the scabbard, but the scabbard, which was very inconspicuous compared to the halberd, did not move at all. But the halberd bent at an angle. Wang Tongshan twisted his body and the halberd made a circle. This time, the halberd swept towards Su Fengnian's waist. It whistled like the wind. The 2 subordinates closest to Wang Tongshan suddenly felt a sharp pain in their waists. The powerful gang qi of the halberd had imperceptibly cut open their iron armor and left a bloody groove. Not only these 2 guys who were implicated, but everyone else turned around and fled. It was not that no one dared to fight Su Fengnian, but that Wang Tongshan was on the battlefield. These soldiers of Nanjiang who were willing to die in battle did not want to be a burden to their main general. And not everyone thought that Wang Tongshan could not defeat Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian, who only held the scabbard in his left hand, lowered his wrist slightly and still stood in the path of the halberd. He still had the mood to talk leisurely. "I heard that not long ago you went to the battlefield on the west side of the west wall. You entered the battlefield a few hundred steps and were very impressive. You also said that you, Wang Tongshan, have 2 halberds?" Wang Tongshan still did not speak. He took a step forward and used the halberd as a spear to stab at the young great guru's abdomen. Then, he was about to use the mountain lifting style to cut open the arrogant guy's stomach. Su Fengnian gently lifted the scabbard and then gently knocked on the top of the halberd. He said expressionlessly, a joke that would only make the listeners feel chilled. "Is your so-called halberd the one in your hand? Why, you like a woman. What? Are you reluctant to use your full strength? You see, I haven't drawn my saber yet. To be honest, compared to Toba Bodhisattva who doesn't use weapons, your so-called 10,000 enemy is a little disappointing. If you only have this little brute force, I can only say that you are really lucky. You have never been to the hinterland of the Central Plains, let alone to the northwest. Otherwise, someone would have beaten you back to your mother's womb. At that time, the 10,000 enemy should suddenly become 100 enemy, or even 1,000 enemy." Chapter 1721. Wang Tongshan did not utter a word. His feet were like the wind and dust flew everywhere. The halberd in his hand was swinging so fast that it made people dizzy. Because his speed was too fast, it was as if there was a large pile of halberds in front of Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian, who hadn't pulled out his blade, walked leisurely as if he was pointing at the sheath. He looked relaxed, but every time he pointed, the sound was deafening. Some of the elite soldiers tried to charge forward, but as soon as they got within 100 steps, they would bleed out of their eyes, nose, mouth and ears, and their eardrums would burst. Great Halberd King Tongshan, are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? I can wait. After Su Fengnian said this, he took more than 10 steps back, taking advantage of the time when Wang Tongshan was about to take a breath, or he would suffer internal injuries from holding his breath. It was not until this moment that all of Wang Tongshan's subordinates had to admit that this was not a peak battle between two great masters, but a man walking a dog. Wang Tongshan didn't take the opportunity to take a breath. He still attacked like a tide. Wherever the halberd passed, there was no sound, but it was more dangerous. Su Fengnian finally showed a trace of expression. He put his thumb on the hilt of the river-crossing soldier and sneered, "You are indeed the enemy of 10,000 people in southern Jiang. You really don't need to take a breath. Then I won't be polite." Shocked, Wang Tongshan pulled his halberd back without hesitation. He saw Su Fengnian, who didn't have the slightest ripple of qi, slightly lifted his feet off the ground, turned around, and waved his sleeves. A dazzling blade light suddenly exploded in front of him. Wang Tongshan instinctively held the halberd in front of him. Under the collision, Wang Tongshan, who was much stronger than ordinary people, bent his arms to his side and staggered back with the halberd. Without giving Wang Tongshan any chance to change the position of the halberd, Su Fengnian's second strike, which was the same in both trajectory and strength, directly chopped down. Wang Tongshan had to retreat again. He chopped down on the halberd again and again. But Wang Tongshan retreated more and more steps each time. Wang Tongshan's hands were forced to slide to the two ends of the halberd. The blood of Wang Tongshan's palms began to smear on the scarlet-red halberd. Su Fengnian was like a child with brute force chopping wood with a chopper. He didn't feel bored at all. Wang Tongshan, who only had a little bit of strength left to parry, was forced to retreat more than 140 steps. Wang Tongshan, his forehead were covered in sweat. He saw through the dazzling blade light, and then a series of words that didn't fit a young man's identity as a grandmaster. "How dare you bully my woman?" Wang Tongshan's Wang's, "I, you, and your right use yours of course. Of course you, of A's. Aren't you courting death? Of Wang, S's, I'll smash your face with my halberd." During this time, Wang Tongshan's subordinates, who felt that the scene was too horrible to look at, finally couldn't bear it anymore. They wanted to share the damage with their commander even if it meant risking their lives. Under the lead of a sturdy lieutenant, more than 10 people charged forward with spears and swords. Then the young vassal king only said one word, "Scram," and more than 10 people flew out at the same time. All of the corpses were covered with deep gashes, which were even worse than Wang Tongshan, who was struggling to hold on. The second group of southern borders death warriors numbered more than 100 people. Under the loud reminder of another lieutenant, they put on as many layers of armor as they could. "You bastards, how many innocent people have you harmed on your way up north?" Bailiang and Beimeng fought on 3 fronts, and more than 100,000 people died. So many people have died, and the peaceful days we fought so hard to bring to the Central Plains are gone because of you. Under Su Fengnian's rage, the 100 men were all chopped in half at the waist. The moment Su Fengnian used the soldier crossing the river to kill others, Wang Tongshan tried to seize this fleeting opportunity. Su Fengnian sneered, "You have 2 halberds, right? Today I'll make you 3 halberds." Just when Wang Tongshan thought that he could breathe again, a saber strike that was countless times fiercer and fiercer than the previous one came crashing down. Wang Tongshan spat out a mouthful of blood as the halberd in his hand was cut in half. Wang Tongshan knelt on one knee, holding a broken halberd in each hand. The southern borders #1 fierce general had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He didn't even dare to reach out to wipe it away. Do you guys think that having a strong fist is all that matters? If this is true, then I, Su Fengnian, will explain it to you today. Su Fengnian leaped forward and kicked Wang Tongshan's forehead. The brawny warrior fell to the ground and slid backward for 200 feet. Wang Tongshan gritted his teeth and endured the kick. Although his body was severely injured, he was lucky enough to get a breath of fresh air. Wang Tongshan's spirit was lifted, and he held the halberd in his hands tightly. The corners of his mouth were still bleeding. Chapter 1722. He bent his elbow and smashed it on the ground, trying to get up again. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wang Tongshan, who had just received a new lease of life, was kicked back to the ground. The armor on his body was immediately broken, and many of the armor fragments even cut through his skin. A sarcastic voice sounded above his head. Do you think you have a chance to fight again? Are you stupid? I did it on purpose. Wang Tongshan was at a critical moment when a breath of fresh energy was circulating through his body. Not only did this stomp shatter the armor, it even scattered the energy flow within Wang Tongshan's body, causing the energy flow and blood in Wang Tongshan's body to surge like a flood. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Tongshan's Vajra physique was closer to the Buddhist school's invincible Vajra physique than ordinary martial artists, and was somewhat similar to the northern Mang Murong Baoding's Aquarius physique, he might have exploded from the inside out. Wang Tongshan roared in a hoarse voice, "Kill me if you want." Su Fengnian asked, "If I don't kill you, do you think I'll come here and call you my grandson?" Wang Tongshan roared with all his might, "Son of AB***, then kill me." Su Fengnian suddenly squinted his eyes and smiled, "I'm waiting patiently for you to use the broken halberd to cut my hamstring." Although his motive was seen through, Wang Tongshan still did not hesitate to use the halberd to cut Su Fengnian's ankle horizontally. At the same time, Wang Tongshan's soldiers also shot out more than 20 crossbows at the same time. But those powerful arrows, which were supposed to be aimed at the young lord's body, inexplicably flew towards Wang Tongshan's body and nailed into his limbs one by one. Su Fengnian stood near Wang Tongshan's head, put the soldiers back into the scabbard, and then slowly pulled out the Baoyang blade that was still in the scabbard, and bent down to look at the southern Jiang general who was glaring at him. After Su Fengnian pulled out the cold blade, he put the tip of the blade to Wang Tongshan's ear and said indifferently, "When Su Shao was in the Central Plains, he used the Su family's blade to kill a lot of people like you." Wang Tongshan's face was already covered in blood, and the corners of his mouth twitched with difficulty. His face seemed even more savage and terrifying as he muttered, "A damned cripple." Su Fengnian's cold knife slid across Wang Tongshan's neck inch by inch until the whole head was cut off. Then he said calmly, "I forgot to tell you that when you called my father a cripple, I didn't say anything. He was a cripple and died in the north of the Central Plains. However, the only person in the world who can call him a dead cripple is me, this unfilial son." After the young lord casually picked a warhorse and rode away, even if he was already more than 10 miles away, the entire barracks still fell into a deathly silence. No one rose up to chase after him, and no one clamored to avenge their general. However, there was an old Confucian scholar who was scolded by the scholars of Nanjiang as an accomplice to the evildoer. After seeing Wang Tongshan's head separated from his body, he silently turned around and walked into the barracks. He found himself a large bucket of water and took a bath and changed his clothes. He even had the time to find a sword that he had never touched before and carefully shaved off the stubble on his thin cheeks with it. The old man sat behind a small table in his small tent and trembled as he placed the sword horizontally on the table. After thinking for a while, he stood up and picked up a yellowed ancient book of Confucian sages from the corner of his bag. After sitting down, he casually opened a page of the book without reading the content. The old man suddenly laughed and said, "In the past, the Su family's cavalry caused my Zhang family to lose 12 official titles, 4,000 mu of fertile land, and 46 precious books. Therefore, my Zhang family, from the old to the young, scolded your Baoyang and Su family for more than 20 years. I didn't expect that in the end, my Zhang family owes your Su family more." The old man glanced at the book that he had collected for many years and smiled. "What did you read after reading the books of the sages for a lifetime?" The old man asked himself and answered, "I don't know. I'm a little curious. What books did the sages who wrote the books of the sages read? I still don't know. The old man stretched out his withered hand. His wrist trembled when he put down the sword, but this time, when he picked up the sword, it didn't shake at all. Since he couldn't live a clean life, he should try to die a clean death. Finally, he could die. When a horse appeared and could finally see the city wall of West Chu, the horse finally stopped. After the young man got off the horse, he patted the back of the warhorse, indicating that it should leave on its own. This young man named Su Fengyan squatted by the side of the road and grabbed a handful of soil. From north to south and from south to north. He had been to many places and seen many sights. The young man called Xiaoyan grew up little by little. In the process of his growth, many people around him left. He couldn't keep them. Just like when he was traveling in the Jianghu in the beautiful Gangnam-do, he told his elder sister that he wanted to go home together. Just like when he returned home, in the house with loquat trees outside the door, he held the old man's hand and couldn't speak. Su Fengyan released his fingers and stood up. He began to enter the city. He wanted to tell the woman with the dimples in the city. Su Fengyan liked you. He liked you at first sight. He never thought of not liking you. Perhaps you didn't know before. Then I'll come to you and tell you personally. Chapter 1723. Thousands of riders swept across the flat ridge and arrived at the old Du Mountain defensive line. The main commander was surprisingly Wu Zhongshuan, who led the Ministry of War's Minister of War with the military rank of Great General Zhenan. This veteran general with meritorious service flipped over and fell off his horse. He stood in the middle of the devastated military camp, gripping his horse whip tightly, narrowing his eyes and not saying anything. The bodies of the dead soldiers had been removed, but the bloodstains on the ground were still shocking. It was enough to see the tragedy of the previous battle. Not far away, 4 or 5 military officers came in a line. The armored man in the middle held the head in his hands and knelt down 5 steps in front of Wu Zhongshuan, sobbing. Wu Zhongshuan saw this scene and his face darkened. Wang Tongshan was a key person that the king of Yan used to control the northern troops. In the end, it was because Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu did not trust him, Wu Zhongshuan, in the northern border. Wu Zhongshuan was recruited by the imperial court. It seemed glorious, but in reality, a tall tree attracts the wind. The notorious Wang Tongshan was originally going to be an important chess piece for Wu Zhongshuan, used to attract the attention of the Liang officials, especially the civil officials. For this reason, Wu Zhongshuan purposely suggested to the young emperor a generous condition that even Wang Tongshan himself did not expect. That was to give Wang Tongshan an official title. Although he was not given the title of Marquis, once the Battle of Guangling ended, Wang Tongshan would be able to control the Jianzhou region south of the Guangling River with the dual identity of Marquis and General of the South to suppress the King of Yan's southern troops and prevent Zhao Bing from going north. Now that Wang Tongshan had died, not only did the imperial court lose an unparalleled valiant general on the Western Front, it had a great impact on the Battle of Guangling. It also had a profound impact on Wu Zhongshuan's future plans in the imperial court. How could Wu Zhongshuan not grit his teeth and want to skin the young king? Wu Zhongshuan looked at the head that had died with remaining grievances. His eyes were wide open and his face was ferocious. Even at this moment, seeing Wang Tongshan's head with his own eyes, Wu Zhongshuan could not help but feel a little dazed. Wang Tongshan, who was invincible in the southern border with his military achievements and military power, the valiant general who could overturn an entire tribe with his halberd, died just like that? To be honest, not only did Wu Zhongshuan dislike this person from the bottom of his heart, even Zhao Bing and Nalin Yusi disliked Wang Tongshan, not to mention Crown Prince Zhao Zhu who had personally assassinated Wang Tongshan. However, this was the reality of the world. No matter how tyrannical and cruel Wang Tongshan was, his ability to lead troops into battle was not an exaggeration. The barbarians of the southern border were extremely difficult to tame, and they often changed sides. Today they would pledge allegiance to him, and tomorrow they would rebel. Only Wang Tongshan, the god of slaughter, had the highest prestige among the barbarians. Every time the barbarians rebelled, as long as they raised Wang Tongshan's flag, it could be said that they would surrender at the sight of the wind. This led to a big joke in the early years. There was a general who specially spent 200,000 taels of silver to send someone to borrow Wang Tongshan's flag to quell the rebellion in the barren hills and turbulent rivers. Because of this, Zhao Bing, the king of Yen, had no choice but to transfer Wang Tongshan to the northern border. Therefore, the officials of the southern border all regarded the unruly Wang Tongshan as the Su Shao of Liang. He was dead, and the matter had come to this. Wu Zhongshuan sighed and bent down to help the infantry officer who was loyal to Wang Tongshan up. He comforted him, "Officer Situ, I will definitely avenge General Wang. Even if I have to take the risk of being reprimanded and demoted by the imperial court, I will transfer 5,000 infantry and cavalry to intercept and kill Su Fengnian." The officer who was holding the head and covered in blood said in a deep voice, "General, I beg you to let me serve as your vanguard." The rest of the officers in Wang Tongshan's army also cupped their fists and asked, "General, please let us take revenge." Wu Zhongshuan's face was expressionless, but his mind was racing. The officers in front of him and the soldiers under their command totaled more than 10,000. They were all direct subordinates that Wang Tongshan had brought from the southern border to the northern border. Wang Tongshan was bloodthirsty, but he had never been greedy for money. He was willing to give away all rewards, especially when it came to military merits that were reported to the king of Yen. He never deducted anything. Wang Tongshan even gave many of the merits of personally killing the enemy chieftain to his subordinates. Therefore, fighting under Wang Tongshan's command was much faster than fighting under other commands. Ordinary generals used people, dogs, and not wolves. Unless they were fierce tigers themselves, they had to worry about their own safety. Wang Tongshan was famous for his ferocity, so he had many fierce generals under his command. In fact, Wu Zhongshuan had been paying attention to this group of captains who were good at war. Originally, he thought that with Wang Tongshan's death, the group would be leaderless. He would push the boat with the current and follow the southern expedition general to fight for a future. But now, it seemed that he might not be able to use them. Wu Zhongshuan patted the shoulder of the infantry officer and pointed his horsewhip at the front line of Laodu Mountain. "As long as you take Laodu Mountain, you can do as you please in Guangling. Not only that, as long as there is news of Su Fengnian's whereabouts, I will immediately inform you. Also, the cavalry of Tanghe and Li Chunyu will do their best to assist you in stopping Su Fengnian." Wu Zhongshuan glanced at Wang Tongshan's head. "As for General Wang, after you take Laodu Mountain, I will submit a memorial to the imperial court. I will only say that your main general died in battle at Laodu Mountain. I will definitely ask the imperial court for a posthumous title." The group of officers accepted the order and thanked him. When Wu Zhongshuan left with his troops, he turned his head back to take a look at that military camp, and then said to the personal army commander beside him indifferently, "Pass on a secret order to Li Chunyu. When Old Du Mountain celebrates their victory, let him lead the troops in a night attack. None of the captains with real authority, including Sidi Yushan, will be left alive. As for how many soldiers he can gather, it will depend on his own ability. At the same time, tell Li Chunyu that if he does not do his job well, and there is any rebellion among Wang Tongshan's old subordinates, Tanghe will take over." The personal guard commander led a group of elite cavalry and left quickly. At this time, Wu Zhongshuan deliberately slowed down the speed of his horse. He waited until a young man in light armor who looked like a scout approached before he asked, "Young Master Yuan, in your opinion, if the whereabouts of Wang Tongshan are discovered, how many people do we need to send to stop the person who killed Wang Tongshan?" The young man who was called Young Master Yuan by Wu Zhongshuan and not a military official did not have the slightest bit of fear and awe that the other officers had towards Wu Zhongshuan. He said calmly, "Is Wu Shangshu joking? Instead, he is asking this question very seriously?" The two expert retainers of great General Wu both showed undisguised annoyance. They had long been displeased with this young man surnamed Yuan who had joined the army of unknown origins. He had not accomplished anything, but he was extremely arrogant. Every time the great general took the initiative to speak to him in an amiable manner, he would have this half-dead expression. Wu Zhongshuan was not angry at all. He nodded seriously and said, "I'm not joking." The young man who was temporarily acting as a roaming cavalry scout smiled. 3,000 to 5,000 people might not be enough. 10,000 elite cavalry is more like it. Wu Zhongshuan made a sound of agreement. Then he said doubtfully, didn't you say that after Li Chungang returned to the realm of immortals on Earth, he only managed to break 2,600 people's armor with one sword at the banks of the Guangling River? Could it be that the battle strength of the current 4 great grandmasters of martial arts has increased explosively compared to the top grandmasters of 60 years ago? Does he actually need 10,000 people to kill him? However, the young man's words were full of sarcasm. Some things can't be calculated like this. Not to mention how high Li Chuangong's true battle strength is, those martial arts grandmasters who died on the battlefield were all idiots who fought to the death. For example, the Shishu Sword Emperor who was trampled into meat paste by the Su family's cavalry. Before this, the Wu family's 9 swords defeated Beimang's 10,000 cavalry. In fact, they were chased and intercepted until they had no way to retreat. Thus, they had no choice but to stake everything on one throw. Wang Tongshan was known as invincible in Nanjiang, but it was only because there were no heroes that made him famous. Relying on his natural brute force and Vajra physique, he could naturally exhaust all the experts below the realm of celestial phenomenon. Cheng Baishuang and Ji Lu, and could not do anything to him. However, as long as they went north, for example, if it was Dong Tai, I reckon that the Peach Blossom Sword God would be able to defeat him with 1 or 2 strikes. To put it bluntly, even if I were to fight against Wang Tongshan and he had the upper hand within 50 moves, Wang Tongshan would definitely die after 100 moves. As soon as he said this, the Southern Expedition General was still considered calm. However, the expressions of the 2 arrogant and conceited retainers changed greatly. The young man said indifferently, Nanjiang? There's no Jianghu there. The sky is high and the land is vast. It's not the scenery of a small well. This young man who had been quietly fighting in the Eastern Sea's martial emperor city for 2 years had now changed his surname from Jiang to Yuan. He looked into the distance and said, there's no harm in speaking the truth. At Su Fengnian's realm, as long as he wants to leave, no one can stop him, let alone catch up to him, unless it's Chao Changqing, Dong Tai, or Tuoba Bodhisattva. Therefore, what I said about the 10,000 cavalry encirclement was actually nonsense. Wu Zhongshuan sighed with emotion. The Jianghu is higher than the imperial court. It's not a comfortable thing. The young man agreed for the first time. One day, where we stand, there will be no immortals or heroes. All the dragons in the Jianghu will be fish in a pond. There was a lake in the northwest corner of West Chu's imperial city. The lake wasn't big, but it was quite famous. Its name was even more interesting. It was called Jianghu. It was said that the lake was bottomless, and its water source was connected to the Guangling River outside the capital. A young woman dressed in simple and elegant palace attire sat in the waterside pavilion by the lake. There was no one around her, and it was completely silent.